Up item 5A. This is discussion and possible action regarding clarification of emergency medical services, including ambulance transport as public safety, and review current service gaps and risks, and give direction to staff to return with a plan. The sponsors are Supervisors Williams and Mulhern. Do you want me to start? Yeah. Okay. So ambulance service across the county has been an ongoing problem, meaning we know we're not providing the level of service that the public expects. And I think this is the first of many opportunities to bring the board up to speed, to talk to our public safety partners on where they identify gaps, whether it's staffing or funding, logistics. We want to hear that. Some specific action that I'm hoping to get out of this, besides educating the board, is getting an opinion from county council on the legal obligation for the county to ensure ambulance service throughout the county. This has been a point of contention between fire and the county and ambulance service for some time. And I don't know exactly what that opinion will highlight. I think it'll show that we do have some responsibility, but the responsibility may be met. And so the two questions that I'm hoping the board will send to county council is, what is our legal obligation, and are we meeting it today? I do have a map that I want to pull up. County GIS was able to put together showing fire districts and ambulance districts. Clerk, are you able to share it, or would you like me to share it?
Chair Williams, you'll need to share it.
So we can zoom in a moment as we talk, but I think it's good for the board to get familiar with which ambulance providers cover service in which parts of the county. You'll recognize the white area is where we don't have an ambulance coverage or fire district. And there are residences there. Many of them aren't contributing to the service. In terms of the percentage, it doesn't seem like it's much, it's nominal. There's a question of who should pay for gaps in service, and there are competing arguments. One argument is the local district, whether it's an ambulance service or it's a fire district, should have a tax of some sort, parcel tax, to pay for the benefit received by the local community. But the ambulance situation is more complex than that. You could argue that a fire district should be funded locally because it protects structures within of the taxpayers who are contributing. Ambulance is more of a shared resource. If, for example, Anderson Valley doesn't have an ambulance in service, it means an ambulance from Ukiah or from the coast will respond, which takes that shared resource out of another community. And that's part of why the county needs to look at this as a holistic system. Sometime back, the county went through a long process of trying to establish an exclusive operating area, think franchise. In more urban environments, a county may get paid by the ambulance company for the right to do business and have the exclusive. In our county, basically nobody applied, and it's because this is a money-losing proposition. I think we can't go down that path again. We need to accept that that in our county, due to the sparse population, large geography, it'll cost public money to provide ambulance service to all residents. If the board isn't familiar with the difference between ALS and BLS, we're going to have Jen from Coastal Valleys give us a recap. In short, ALS includes paramedic response. BLS, you're getting an EMT. And the work the EMT does can be life-saving, especially when they get first at scene. Just like a fire, you want to address the concern as quick as possible. But I think we're caught in a situation where there's competing arguments. One is you move somewhere rural and you expect city services. You're not going to get city services. We don't have the population density to provide. But the other side of it is we have an aging population. Our call volumes are increasing. The number of people who can volunteer in fire districts is decreasing. The county needs to have a strategic plan for moving forward. Personally, I look at Albion Fire because I've responded for over 15 years. And 15 years ago, there was half the call volume. Population in the community hasn't changed. There's twice as many calls, mostly additional medical calls. A lot of these are home medical. And there should be an ambulance responding. On our coast, there's one ambulance on the North Coast. If that ambulance is tied up on a call, it's the local fire district that gets there first and provides patient care until the ambulance becomes available. And I know other parts of the county have similar stories. Covelo has chronic shortages of resources. Laydenville has been forced to switch from ALS to BLS on some days. Anderson Valley has had to shut down their ambulance completely due to staffing on certain days. So a lot of the partners are here, and I want to give them a chance to speak. Supervisor Mulhern, would you like to add any comments? Jen, would you be willing to present?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO, and County Council. My name is Jen Banks, representing Coastal Valley's EMS agency, your Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. We did have a presentation prepared just to go over a few slides on EMS call volume. Unfortunately, we're having some Wi-Fi connectivity issues, so I don't know if we're going to be able to post it.
The password in here? Do you want me to send it to you? Did that come through? That?
Not yet, but I'm
Supervisor Williams, are you able to, from the PowerPoint that I sent yesterday, are you able to post it?
So while we're waiting for Jen to pull up that presentation, would the board be supportive of asking County Council to author an opinion about our obligation in providing EMS services, specifically ambulance transport, and whether we're meeting that obligation today? It's two. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of having the opportunity to clearly articulate to the community what our roles and responsibilities are. I also am really glad that Jen and Becky are here so we can talk about the future JPA that will be brought to this board and how that may play a role in this conversation. I wouldn't want County Council to go down the road of something that may be part of a solution that may come with the JPA. So I don't want the work to be duplicative, but I do think it's important for clarification.
Does that give you what you need?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for just a little clarification on a few parts of this. One is the board's intent that I come back and be presenting the opinion, the board would then likely be waiving privilege at that time to share with the public?
That's my goal. Is I think we want to be transparent, and we want to be clear about what we believe the county's obligation is.
Okay, and then if I understand correctly, you would like some opinion as to essentially if I see a discrepancy between what may be the legal obligation, what are the current practices of the county. I just want to be clear. I don't think this board is asking me to take a really comprehensive look at every single service that we're providing and have a fully detailed report on that front. If the board did want that, that would be a longer project and would be a bit time consuming, but I could certainly provide some of the basic framework and then some of my own analysis based on sort of the readily accessible information as to if I'm seeing any obvious gaps in the county's obligations.
The overarching concern is as we see ambulance services begin to fail under financial stress, we have fire districts in a position where they feel obligated to provide the service, but angst that they're providing a service that's truly the county's obligation. The board in policymaking should have a clear understanding, is it in fact our obligation? If it is, we may need to make other cuts and prioritize this as a public safety obligation. If not, then we continue the conversation about how to cooperatively raise funds and solve.
Thank you. I believe that I understand, and I believe that that's sufficient if the board would like me to proceed.
Supervisor Jurdy.
We have Jen Banks, who we are paying to work on this project, and I'd like to hear from her and from any other county staff that are working on this project before being asked to weigh in on something prematurely.
And Supervisor McGordy, did you have your hand up?
I did, but my questions have been answered.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Becky Emery. I'm the Social Services Director and serve as the EMS liaison. We have been working diligently on the JPA, so I'm happy to give an update on that. Our goal with the JPA is to strengthen the EMS response that we have currently. We have been in negotiations and are working on agreements with the City of Ukiah. We have also worked and met with Anderson Valley. We've met with MedStar. We've met with Coast Fire. We've also met with Round Valley and Long Valley, and are continuing to move forward with our work on the JPA. Our goal is to strengthen the EMS response in Mendocino County. And the way that the JPA would work is that we would be putting the billing through a single source that would be able to leverage those bills to be able to get a higher reimbursement rate. And it's that difference in current reimbursement and the higher rate that we would propose being able to help cover some of the expansion in EMS supports and services for Mendocino County to be able to better serve our communities. In addition, there's a lot of other pieces to the JPA that we are working on and working through. One of those pieces is looking at partnerships with our clinics as potential receiving sites. So we've just started some of those conversations. We are in the very beginnings on many of these pieces as we're continuing to move forward. Looking at our next step is to look at the overall county call volume currently. We have those numbers, and Jen will be able to give those to you shortly. We are getting there, making progress on that. But also with that, we'll be able to evaluate in that billing and working with each of the partners. Our goal is to evaluate the current billing and see what we have would then come back with potentially a higher reimbursement rate. So to really be able to do a financial review of whether or not even moving forward on the JPA is our best practice. At this point, it appears that it is, but we don't have all of the concrete numbers, only because, as I said, we wouldn't know exactly what that gap is, but we know that there is a gap there that could bring in additional revenue to support EMS.
So is it fair to say that it's an innovative idea? We have hope, but we don't have any assurance that it'll solve the financial needs for the rural providers?
Well, we definitely have hope, and we think that it will help with the financial need. It will certainly not solve the full financial need. There is a much greater need, I think, than what the JPA will be able to provide, but it would augment.
So the reason I ask is I want staff to be clear with this board that about whether we have a solution in mind within the current funding opportunities. And if the answer is no, it's fine to say that, but we should all have transparency that we don't have a solution and we need more funding. If otherwise we're sending this false hope that as soon as the JPA gets going, and it may take a few years, this problem will resolve itself without a county contribution. I would love for that to be the case, but from internal discussions, I don't hear anybody claiming that this will be the solution. This is just one piece of the puzzle that may help.
It is certainly just one piece of the solution. As you said, the other piece of that is also looking at to what level services are augmented and what level is the board directing us to move forward at.
So one piece of this puzzle is BLS versus ALS service.
Certainly, I will
Can you
defer.
talk about the differences?
I could, but I'm going to go ahead and defer to Jen Banks as someone who is one of our paramedics in Mendocino County.
Thank you. So ALS versus BLS is a good starting point for discussions on EMS, and I'm happy that we're starting at the basic level. So it's important for our public to understand what level of service and what level of response is coming to their home when they summons our 911 system for any type of emergency need. The acronym BLS, Basic Life Support, the acronym ALS, Advanced Life Support. Under our basic life support structure, which we have a very profound basic life support response in Mendocino County because we have a lot of rural communities. Basic life support entails the response of a certified emergency medical technician. Emergency medical technicians are very well trained in triage, assessment, and preparing and packaging patients for transport, and have the capability to transport patients if the patient doesn't require an advanced level of intervention. With the advanced life support system, you have a licensed state paramedic responding into your emergency, and paramedics can provide more invasive care to our patients. That being paramedics can start IVs, administer, more advanced medications, definitely respond to any type of cardiac arrest event. We can decompress if, a patient needs a decompression. We have a plethora of tools, I guess, to improve life-saving efforts. So it's important to note the areas in Mendocino County currently that have ALS response. You're going to welcome paramedics to the scene of your emergency if you're within the Ukiah Valley, with both the support of MedStar Ambulance of Mendocino County. And recently, I'd like to thank and appreciate the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. They have upstaffed an additional ALS ambulance to respond, to mostly calls within the city jurisdiction, but also respond outside of the city if and when there is a need, or I should say the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority District, since that is kind of a new response area as well. Laytonville responds as an ALS unit, and Mendocino Coast District Hospital also responds with paramedics. So that leaves our BLS response areas of the county to be Anderson Valley Fire, Covelo. Elk responds a BLS ambulance if and when they need to access it for support. And I'm doing this one on the fly without slides. I think I got them all.
So Jen, one of the problems that we hear is BLS providers respond because they're typically nearest, say Anderson Valley. And there may be ALS coming, but it's the BLS ambulance that's first on scene. They do a lot of the hard work. Maybe they're involved in helping cut a patient out of a vehicle. They're doing the initial patient care, getting vitals, bandaging, cleaning up, packaging. They transport, but protocol requires that they hand off to ALS where the severity of the trauma justifies a handoff. ALS delivers the patient the rest of the way to the hospital. The BLS provider doesn't get reimbursed. They can't bill because they weren't the ambulance that actually transported the patient to the hospital. I think that's one of the problems the county wants to look at, working with the state to correct this. Either the transport billing should be prorated based on which the two companies that provided services, or both should be able to bill. But the scenario we have today, where one of the ambulance companies that arguably has done the bulk of the work, at least the initial work, can't receive financial reimbursement.
That is a correct statement. Yes, if a BLS ambulance is transporting a patient to an ALS rendezvous point rather than transporting a patient all the way to the doors of an emergency department, there is a gap in billing. So I do think you will hear some of our BLS providers speak of that concern today.
And for Anderson Valley as an example, this is the typical case because they're along 120 Highway 128. They're going to be first at scene. An ALS ambulance from Ukiah won't beat them. They're responding from Boonville, so they get there first. They're going to do some patient care, and inevitably they're going to hand off. I think we can have Anderson Valley speak later, but it's a significant number of patients that are handed off to the ALS ambulance. Would this be for the county to lobby the state? Where would the change be necessary so that the BLS provider can bill for services?
I think directing that question to our service providers in the room who actually do ambulance billing. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in billing services to provide you with the most accurate information.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm trying to understand this a little bit. I'm looking at the map and there's a white area where Fish Rock Road is. If we're out on Fish Rock Road and have an accident, who responds?
For Jen Banks. Yeah, so I would think Anderson Valley would respond if ALS is needed, perhaps Reach Helicopter, perhaps an ALS Grand ambulance from Ukiah. If it's not available, maybe an ALS ambulance from Coast Hospital. And I think that points to the shared nature of the system and why it's a county-wide problem. Resources can shift around. That one ambulance that's on the North Coast, it could be tied up on another call. It could be that there's a transfer to UCSF and they're waiting for another crew to come in and staff a second ambulance. So at any given point in time, you don't know exactly which resource will be responding to a given area. But what's important to look at is we have this huge white area where fire districts and ambulance providers are covering and not receiving a tax base.
And you're also actually in Fish Rock Road, you're probably closer to Cloverdale than you are to Ukiah. Is there any cross-county agreements with providers?
That's probably a question for Jen Banks. Will Cloverdale respond to Highway 128 in our county?
Yes, absolutely. We do have really long-standing handshake agreements with both Cloverdale and I will also mention to the north of our county, City Ambulance coming out of Humboldt County, where both of those 911 resources are committed to responding in to the near boundary emergency calls that we do have, and they do often support calls in Mendocino County, just because of the rural nature and the extended response times to those locations.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Jen, I want to thank you for your work on this subject. Last year, using one-time PG&E settlement funds, this board invested, I think it was over $16 million in a combination of fire services, fire preparedness with the Mendocino Fire Safe Council. And we also, among the projects we funded, was a project that you're heading up to look at this countywide system. At some point today, are you going to be able to give us an update on that project that we funded, which is to look at this very issue?
Yes, our slides are almost prepared, and then once they are, we do have a slide just to give a PG&E funding update for you as well.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, with this ALS issue and hearing that Laytonville has a ALS service, and yesterday we saw that there were 3 that we were funding for ALS. One was Anderson Valley, one was Covelo, and one was Laytonville. And then I checked with Covelo, and they say they aren't providing it. So we aren't funding them. So really, should the only one where we should be funding with the $66,000 each would be the Laytonville?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. So there's the legal question of, do we have an obligation? I think that's for county council. And then there's this moral question of, do we want any of our population to go without advanced life support service? And you could argue there are some areas of the county that are so remote, we're not going to have an ambulance parked nearby. Covelo strikes me as a community that has a population density demanding ALS coverage. I would think the same in Anderson Valley. Anywhere where we have a town, there's a post office, people live nearby, I think there needs to be an ALS resource available to respond.
But if they aren't providing it, then, and we're providing the money for it, that's the question.
Well, they haven't. My understanding is Covelo has not taken the money because they can't provide the ALS service. Anderson Valley, I think, has been able to do a bit of a hybrid, mostly BLS, but periodically they can turn the ambulance into an ALS response by adding a paramedic.
And actually, if I could speak just historically to the distribution of the ALS funding money, we came to the board many years ago, I want to say it was upwards of 7 or 8 years back, to request the ALS Enhancement Fund to support ALS response in rural, areas of Mendocino County that were without. That did include Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo at that time. The big improvement with the ALS enhancement funding, years past, we did have Chief Little, who was the previous chief to Laytonville Fire Department. He often expressed, that they were responding to calls out of district and leaving their tax-paying district uncovered. So the first benefit of that ALS enhancement fund is that it provided funding to support that ambulance to go out of district and respond to 911 calls in the northern rural part of our county under that funding support. So that was a very important needed fix for Mendocino County. In Anderson Valley, originally, they established a partnership and wrote an MOU with MedStar Ambulance to support some ALS coverage. And for many years under the ALS Enhancement Fund, we were staffing a paramedic at least once a week in the Anderson Valley area. They really tried to schedule and coordinate that coverage to align with, large-scale events or, increased tourist population days when, we have a higher risk for traffic accidents and whatnot. So that service continued for years. But even with that service, and another huge benefit of that paramedic being on site with the fire department is that they were also providing additional training during their staffed shift days back to the fire department to greater train the EMTs that were responding when there wasn't a paramedic available. So again, very needed and very good use of those funds. A few years ago, Chief Avila did come in front of the board and explained that although MedStar and Anderson Valley would continue to maintain the MOU for services, he also really needed money to support his volunteers. And actually the board did support a little augmentation and shift of that funding to increase the volunteer stipend for Anderson Valley Fire Department. And, the give there was that we have to have volunteers and we have to have EMTs first to respond to calls. And if they were losing their volunteer base, there wouldn't be anyone to support an ALS system. So at that time, the board did agree and vote in favor to support them getting the funds, not necessarily as ALS enhancement funds, but as EMS enhancement funds. When the funding originally came out for the Covelo area, the first thing they really identified as an imminent need was a new ambulance. So the county supported Covelo Fire in purchasing a 911 response ambulance, which they did receive under the funding. And then Vera Health was there as their offset ALS partner. So for many years, that funding was secured, and they did have a paramedic for years providing coverage under that fund to the Covelo area in partnership with Vera Health. Since then, Vera Health has left the county, and We've reached out and asked Covelo if they have an additional need that we can help support. And at this time, I just haven't had a response or any invoices submitted for reimbursement on behalf of that fund. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you.
Jan, if I could, are you aware that in recent years, the board has created 2 different funding streams directly to the fire departments? This year, it'll be about $1.2 million in direct aid, and it's particularly targeted to the smallest fire departments. So I guess I'm wondering, it may have been appropriate a few years ago to redirect a portion of the ALS subsidy for Anderson Valley away from the ALS service. But now with the direct aid that we're giving to the Anderson Valley Fire Department, like all the fire departments, maybe it is more appropriate to revisit that and make sure that they can offer the ALS service for the funds that were originally intended for that purpose.
Dan, the answer is Anderson Valley cannot offer the ALS service, and their BLS service is at the breaking point. If they don't find a way to receive additional funding through another stream, maybe from the county, they may have to shut down. They're at that point. Their ambulance operates with volunteers. They get a small stipend. I think it's between $2 and $3 per hour. It's hard that, and the public, say they're coming from Fort Bragg and they're driving to Santa Rosa, they may take Highway 128. They do everything right. Somebody drunk hits them. They're getting a response initially by an ambulance company that's paying their employees $2 to $3 per hour. This isn't a sustainable model for Mendocino County. And it's true, we have directed funding streams towards fire departments. We're not even, I wouldn't even say we're 5% of where we need to be. And we have an aging population. You've had people historically donating time to run ambulance shifts to serve on fire departments. Populations are aging. Fewer and fewer people can volunteer, and the cost of living has people working. Their employers don't necessarily want them leaving during the day to respond to a fire call. It's a changing paradigm in this county. And so I think what we're trying to highlight today is we have a crisis. If we want ambulance service to continue, we're going to need to figure out how to support it financially. And you could say each individual community is on its own, but those people driving from Fort Bragg, while they may have ALS service in their community and they may pay a property tax to support it, they're at the mercy of other communities because they're traveling roads across our county.
Well, we've paid for a analysis of this countywide system. We have yet to hear anything about it because we've had a bit of a board presentation from board members. I do hope at some point we'll hear from the people who are actually working on this project.
Jen, would you like to go ahead and, or Becky?
Certainly, I appreciate the questions. So certainly what I would say is we did request the funding. The intent of the $1 million in the JPA funding is to augment that first year as we are working to get the billing up and going as we're transferring through that process. So that those funds are still being held and we have not spent them. So our intent with the JPA also would add to the staffing challenges potentially with the agreements to be able to share staff across the various departments that engage and sign on with the JPA. So those are all pieces that we are looking at in our evaluation. As I said, we are in process on this and have been making significant progress. We have made some agreements that have been submitted to County Council for review most recently. So those are still under review and will be moving forward. We have not developed a full JPA agreement and plan, but it is in process and progress as we are evaluating not only whether or not this is going to be a cost-effective model, but also what it would do to expand services for Mendocino County and how that might work. So it's a longer process, and it has not been a quick one to get moving and going, but we are certainly making far more progress on this than we have in prior years when we've talked about either looking at an emergency operating system that's going to be countywide. I really believe that this JPA is probably our best bet at coming up with a solution to meet the needs for our county and to coordinate the emergency response efforts. So with that, our presentation is available. If we can go ahead and move to that.
Please.
Thank you.
Only three slides. Once we get it up, we should be able to cruise right through this. Thank you, Becky. So I just wanted to share with the board and, with the public on what exactly EMS is doing in Mendocino County and how many emergency calls are we responding to. So this is data provided. Howard Forest ECC under CAL FIRE is our local 911 dispatch center. So this is their cumulative report for our 2021 incident totals, bringing the total number of EMS responses in Mendocino County to 12,791. There is a breakdown for each agency and the type of calls that they have responded to throughout the year. Next slide, please.
One of the important factors I think to note here, as I know you may call out, is that Cloverdale and Garberville are both listed here. And the reason that they're included is while they are not Mendocino County ambulance services, they do respond on our outer areas to our service needs.
And the difference in that slide, you have MTC and medical. MTC is medical traffic collisions, so they're actually going and responding to trauma patients, and then the other line item was for true medical patients. And then moving forward, just as we're going through, who supports EMS in Mendocino County, I also thought it was really important to introduce the number of calls that our fire departments respond to outside of those EMS transport units. So this is a depiction of all of our, local volunteer fire agencies within Mendocino County. And as you can see in the line items, if you go to traffic, collision, and medical calls, that's the cumulative total of calls that volunteer fire agencies are supporting and offsetting EMS while ambulances are en route to those calls. So as the discussion evolves today, it's really important that we recognize that without the response from our local fire departments and our first responders that respond to our calls, we would have a even more fractured EMS system within our county. They are definitely our number one component to getting emergency help at scene as quickly as possible to start patient assessment and to start initial patient care. And then the grand update that we've all been waiting for, what's going on with the PG&E funding? So I know Becky did give a quick overview of the JPA. Historically, I've been in my position representing Mendocino County for upward of 10 years. And I have to say, prior to receiving the funding that we have through PG&E outside of the ALS enhancement funds that are given to 3 agencies within this county, we really haven't had any funding support for EMS services. We've sustained independent. And with that, we're identifying that we do have some fractures within our system. But with the PG&E funds, when we came to the board to request support, we had about 8 items and projects that we wanted to achieve under the funding. So the first and biggest, of course, was the opportunity to assess and possibly implement a JPA. We have been meeting regularly with the city of Ukiah, who has agreed with the county of Mendocino that they would like to be the foundation of, the joint power agreement. So those meetings are taking place monthly. And I do want to just denote, instead of hiring and going through the process to bring in a consultant, we really decided it would be in the best interest of Mendocino County to work together in a room and come up with, the ideals that would definitely support, the best interest of our EMS program. So we spent hours and hours in a room going over the initial language to define what a JPA in this county would look like. And I hope that it's just recognized that we probably saved about $150,000 doing that outside of a consultant that then can report back. We were very happy as a team with the language, and I believe it is being vetted with county council at this time, and then I'd love to bring it back to the board to present to all of you. The important note on a JPA structure in Mendocino County, we're not being forceful with any of our providers, and I want to make that very clear. We have an agreement with the city of Ukiah, and within that agreement, I think we can really build a very strong foundation for EMS services in the inland part of the county, where the city of Ukiah has, response resources. We've reached out to all of our other rural partners, and we've invited them to the meetings, we've solicited their feedback, and we've asked them, how do you need greater support for your EMS program not to fail? We're not forcing anyone to join the JPA, but one recognized area where a JPA could greatly benefit this county if we have more partner involvement is in staffing and the opportunity to share staffing around the county. Staffing our EMS resources present day is one of our biggest challenges. And through those discussions, last weekend, I do believe we were actually very understaffed in our county, and we were threatened to not have EMS ambulances available in a few areas of the county. Well, our operational partners got together and they said, we share this paramedic already. How about we move this paramedic to the north? We'll bring this paramedic more inland, and we were able to maintain our regular staffing numbers. And I do believe it's because of the discussions and the brainstorming that has taken place in our JPA meetings. So like Becky previously mentioned, that funding has not been accessed or utilized yet. We do intend that to be some gap funding if and when we do get a JPA established in Mendocino County to help cover the billing gaps that will happen when agencies join into the JPA. When it comes to our non-transport fire service equipment and our EMS transport service equipment, all of our service providers in Mendocino County have greatly benefited from this, and I do believe we're down to about 5 remaining agencies that haven't utilized this fund. For our non-transport fire service agencies, they were all allocated $20,000 in support of any EMS equipment that they needed to improve their services. And most of that money has been spent. We're just wrapping up a few of the straggler invoices at that time, and I'm welcome I'm happy to come back to the board with, overall purchases and figures if requested by you after today. CAD integration has been a very complicated project in Mendocino County, and really what that's doing is linking our Howard Forest ECC CAD to our emergency patient care database, and auto-populating a lot of the information on where the call is and what treatment is being provided. If we can bring CAD integration all the way to the finish line, from the time a call is received, everything should be auto-populated into our data platform at the point where the hospitals can log in and see what patient care is being provided while the patient is en route to their facility in the back of the ambulance. So there have been multiple meetings on CAD integration. We have had a few hiccups, but I think we're getting to a point where we should be able to implement in the very near future. The last image trend is our patient care data platform that I previously mentioned. We have been able to provide image trend to all of our fire and EMS service providers that want to be on the platform at no cost. So the PG&E funds did cover an additional 5 years of sustainable funding, keeping our EMS PCR and data program at no cost to our service providers. Next in the queue, go ahead.
So before we go to next in the queue, before we move forward with our next, I just want to call out a few pieces of this. One, I greatly appreciate all of the fire and EMS in their transports and the engagement, and also this board's recognition of the need to augment their services with much needed supplies and equipment to be able to meet the community needs at where they're at right now. I think that's been key. Another piece that I want to make sure and call out is the work that we've had in collaboration of the CAD integration. This is something that we've been working on for many, many years, and Chief Kendall with the CAL FIRE has worked very diligently as a good partner for Mendocino County to help us in moving that forward, and we have made more progress with his assistance than we have in past years. And so with that, we are very close to having a finalized contract to be able to move forward to the next steps of that patient care level. So with that, go ahead, Jen.
And next in the queue that we just haven't been able to accomplish yet, one limitation is staffing. It's on Becky and I to move these programs. We are waiting on the CAD integration project to be completed. With that, we hope to bring Pulse Point into Mendocino County. I've already kind of provided an overview, but as a reminder, Pulse Point is the cardiac arrest public interfacing app that notifies members of the public who are signed up of an imminent cardiac arrest that might be geographically close to them. If they are a trained individual, they are welcome to go support any life-saving measures that they might be able to. And Pulse Point does not send people into private residences, just so everybody is aware of that. It's only if they happen to have a cardiac arrest event while out in the public atmosphere. And then we also requested a training and education contract just to provide more robust training to rural departments in our county that often go without. And then the last is the EMT Paramedic Scholarship Program, and that is currently sitting in the auditor's office.
So this concludes our presentation. We're certainly happy to answer questions, give more information, and provide clarity to any of the questions that you may have as board.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, I worked with Mendocino College to get the EMT paramedic program going, and so they should be finishing their first year. Will that help with the staffing issues we have? And I think that there were 24 slots and 36 people showed up the first day to attend. So certainly there's a need for it, and when are they going to, do you know when they're going to finish and be out there in the field?
Absolutely, yes, great question. So they just finished their first year of didactic training. I was actually out helping Teresa Gowan, the lead instructor for the college, and Kirk Thompson, the director, with their final testing day. And with that, I did get a very thorough, happy report that all of the paramedic students that went through the final didactic testing did complete and pass the program. From there, though, they do have to start their clinical internships, where they spend an appropriate amount of time in the hospital, and then they moved to the field where they do a 480-hour internship in the field. So there is still some time for those students to complete that program, but I do anticipate that to bring some availability of hiring into Mendocino County at the paramedic level.
And we're really happy to share that I believe there's 20 graduates. Not all are Mendocino County residents, but it's a very successful program.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, that is a great program, and I'm excited that we have it now. Just because I think it's relevant to the conversation, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority didn't make the cut for the slideshow presentation on fire agency calls, and they actually ran 4,100 calls last year, which puts our countywide total well over 10,000 calls. And for such a rural community, we really have hardworking firefighters throughout. So I just wanted to point out that.
Thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor. I do appreciate that. The reason they weren't in the original tally of calls is they have a separate contract for 911 services with Howard Forest. So they run separate numbers, and you are correct. I didn't put their separate slide into the presentation, so thank you for bringing that to my awareness.
For Jen and Becky, so that there isn't any ambiguity, do you believe the JPA will solve the ambulance situation in Mendocino County?
That is a very loaded question, Supervisor Williams,
Well,
and I don't think a JPA will solve. I don't think EMS problems are 100% solvable right now in the state of California, but I do hope that we can build a stronger structure and improve our current system.
Let me rephrase, without additional funding, do you think we can meet the public's expectation for ambulance response throughout the county? Or you could rephrase it if you want. What I'm getting at is, in some circles I hear, our people are working on the problem, meaning we don't need to do anything more. You have it taken care of. County can sit back and you're going to fix it. And if that's accurate, that's great. If it's not, I want the county to think about what more support is needed.
So I think that is a complex question. And the reason I say that is because, if the county is looking at things continuing as they are right now, the JPA, as I shared earlier, would augment. It's still not going to meet all of the needs that are continuing to grow. And if you're looking to enhance and expand the EMS services and supports, then the JPA is not going to be able to fix all of those pieces. It will certainly, as I said, augment and help, but it is not the full Band-Aid or full coverage of what we need to be able to expand EMS, to be able to cover all areas of Mendocino County to have ALS supports and services.
And I can just add on to that. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I definitely can 100% express that we need the support of our board and our local community if we want EMS services to be successful within Mendocino County. We have one of the largest geographical counties in California, and response times are very challenging when we can't put an ambulance, at every block within this county to ensure there's an ambulance right there and available. I think that also comes down to, the county's requirement and obligation to ensure that there are EMS services available in Mendocino County, and the county does have an obligation to ensure that we have a resource available to send at the time an individual summons our 911 system. Where the language lacks is how long it should take for that ambulance to arrive to that scene. And that's definitely, I'm sure we're going to hear from our local partners when we open this up to discussion. That's a very important talking point. And if you choose to live in a very rural part of the county, what is your personal expectation on how long it should take for an emergency resource to get to your doorstep when you call 911?
What does golden hour refer to?
So thank you. That's a good question. So in any traumatic event, the golden hour is referred to the time that the traumatic injury takes place on a patient till the time that patient is received at the trauma center for surgery.
So in the case of Anderson Valley, say they have to shut down due to lack of funds. And I think this is not just hypothetical. This is on the table. They're struggling. And there's a traffic collision in Yorkville. Can you get an ALS, or can you get any ambulance from Ukiah to drive to Yorkville, pick up the patient, and bring them back to the receiving facility within an hour?
By ground, that would be no, but we also do have very good air resources in Mendocino County, and we are benefited with them, and they are some of the busiest air bases in the state.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, we also have people working, rely on air resources, I'm sure, most of the time as well. I do want to invite you. I first want to thank you for working on this, and do want to invite you to come back to a future board meeting when you have something more to report. For example, on the paramedic scholarship program. If, for example, you find that you want to make some adjustments to that scholarship, come back and talk to us about it. So if there's anything that you see that needs some refinement or some adjustments, include that in your presentation. Thanks.
If I may, through the chair, thank you so much, Supervisor Jardy. I appreciate that support, and we will certainly evaluate all of the programs that we're trying to move forward and include them in the presentation that we bring forward. Thank you.
Jen, the air ambulance is a great resource. Every time I see one fly, I think somebody is going to live as a result. It's not always available. On the coast, often when we request an air ambulance, they determine that the weather conditions don't allow it to land. Usually it's fog. Other times, the nearest air ambulance may be as far away as Stockton, right? They're coming, but they have a 70-minute ETA. Can we rely on helicopters to provide ALS service? Or is it just a nice to have when available?
EMS aircraft units are definitely a benefit to the system when weather allows, but there are often times, especially in the winter months, where EMS aircraft, it's unsafe to fly due to weather.
Do we want to open it up to public comment? I would appreciate if we could maybe let our partners go first, because some of them may get called away for a call. So if we have fire or EMS providers and they want to give comment, let's start there.
Eubank with Anderson Valley Fire. I heard us mentioned frequently up here tonight. I want to start by giving an overview of what our system looks like. We currently run a 24/7 BLS ambulance. We have 18 volunteers, 16 of which are EMTs. We cover 4 shifts, 4 12-hour shifts a day, which rounds out to about 1,460 shifts per year. Those 18, it's also 28 shifts a week. So as you can see, just by the numbers, we don't have enough to do 1 shift a week. And remember, they're volunteers. We provide a $30 stipend for their time to just stand by for 12 hours to be available. I have 3 or 4 people that actually live in Boonville, so they can respond from home, but the rest of them all travel from their homes to sit in the station for 12 hours so that we can provide response time of 5 minutes or less. Often in rural ambulances, not just around Mendocino County, but across the country, when you have an all-volunteer system, it generally devolves down to about 5 people that are carrying the load for the entire system. If you do the research, volunteer ambulances are falling apart across the country, nationwide. This is not simply a California or Mendocino problem. So, having said that, my 18 volunteers, the average age is 53. I run from 26. I have two married couple that are in their 20s that are able to do that, to the oldest who's 75. The challenge in Anderson Valley is that nobody under the age of 50 or 40 generally can afford to live there anymore. The prices have gone up to the point to where we're even having a hard time finding housing for our teachers. So finding people who are available to volunteer in the younger generation is just not practical. It's not there right now. In response to the transport fees, our ambulance transferred 33 calls last year to an ALS ground unit because they needed advanced life support. Of that, we collected $3,300. So part of the funding process problem here is that we are not reimbursed by Medicaid and Medicare. If we transport to an ALS ground unit, Medicaid or Medicare does not view us as being the in-transport agent, so they won't pay us. Most of the insurance companies fight us over it because they're trying to model after Medicare or Medi-Cal. So out of those 33 transports, we received $3,800 total, and that was from 3 insurance payments that paid us. Also want to be clear that when we bill for a transport, we bill from the point that we pick up to the point to where we drop off. Now, Medicare Medi-Cal pays us $8 a mile, $8.50 a mile. We sometimes travel up to 20 miles just to get to the patient. Plus, we go all the way to Ukiah, and then we have to turn around and spend 20 miles coming back. We're not reimbursed for those miles. That's on us. So the only mileage we get reimbursed for is the 20 miles or 23 miles that we might transport if we make the full transport all the way over. Our reimbursement costs for Medicare and Medi-Cal for every transport, not including the miles, is $400 per transport. Our billing rates are $1,800 as a base rate. So I just want to make it clear that the finances are a big issue here. 60% of our calls are Medicare and Medi-Cal. And there's another 25%, or not that large a number, but there's another percentage of it that's private pay that we will never receive because the people are underinsured. So I billed out $450,000 last year. I collected $80,000. We operate as a BLS ambulance on a budget of $80,000 to $90,000 from our billing, $40,000 from our membership. That's $130,000 a year annually. So the $66,000 that we're receiving helps us to stipend our volunteers. I have volunteers coming from Albion, I have them coming from Compshe, I have them coming from Elk, in addition to Navarro, Philo, that are coming to support this system. To expect them to drive there and hang out for 12 hours a day just out of their good conscience and not reimburse them for mileage at $6 a gallon, I think is unacceptable, unreasonable. So, apologize if I'm getting a little bit passionate on this. The other point that I have to make on this is that 18 volunteers is not enough to staff it. We're plugging the holes. Literally, we're just plugging in the holes, and we're trying to manage this ambulance on, what is it, $180,000 annually. Staffing's a big deal, and people are getting burned out. Out of those 1,700 shifts that were taken last year, fully 50% were filled by 5 people. Think about that. 5 people took, what was it? I'm having a hard time doing the math, but over 600 12-hour shifts. How many people do you know volunteer that much in their lives? I'm just saying. So I do believe that emergency services, ambulance services, is a county responsibility. I think we need to address the issue. I think it's an important thing, and it can only be done as a county-wide issue. We're piecemealing it all over the county, and I think the ambulance providers that are out there are doing a heroic job doing it. But I'm getting tired. I know my crew is getting tired. If we go down, it's not just 20 minutes from Ukiah for them to show up in Navarro. It's an hour and a half. I went to one call that took me 20 minutes just to get up, just off Highway 128, up to the person's house. So the distances are vast out there in this rural county. And so we can't rely on the city, who really runs, their ambulance service is sustained by volume. We cannot sustain our ambulance service based on the call volumes, primarily because it costs a base amount to keep a service in business. just to keep it operational, you have a base amount that you have to do. Whether or not you have 1 call a year or if you have 1,000 calls a year, that doesn't change. And to say, oh, your call volume is only this, is just to say that, okay, yeah, we'll rely on an all call, but maybe one day we won't show up because we don't have the people that are available. So I'm open to
Clay,
questions if you have any.
The JPA, I imagine you support it, but do you see the JPA and associated county developments as a solution? Will that address the problems you're facing?
I'm not convinced that it is the ultimate solution. I think it's a good step forward, and I think the best part of what we're doing with the JPA now is having a conversation.
I guess what I'm asking is, can you be frank with this board? If we stand back and let the JPA develop, will you be able to sustain service in your corner of the county?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know what type of revenues would be generated through there. And it would require certain specific areas that are actually making most of the revenue, the money, to spread it out amongst everybody else. And even at that, with the Medicare and Medi-Cal reimbursements, I'm not clear there's enough revenue to sustain the system. Anyway, that's my opinion. I'm not convinced yet that the revenue is there to sustain the system completely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Doug Hutchison, Fire Chief for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. I really want to echo a lot of what Chief Banks said. We know that there's a crisis in the county. I'll just come right out because you're probably going to ask me the same question. I have a different opinion about the ability of the JPA to maybe not build the dream system that we might all want, but I think it's going to go a long way towards really sustaining and reinforcing what we have today, especially in those rural areas. He's 100% correct that, and I know Mr. Winter can say the same thing about, when you have a core area with metropolitan areas, not that Ukiah is that metropolitan, but you have a core area that runs a lot of calls, that volume is what sustains the service. The JPA is the mechanism for that core area to be able to assist those smaller agencies in the outlying area. So that's one of the reasons that, as the fire chief and, the representative for the city of Ukiah, we're fully in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Doug, one follow-up. When do you think the JPA will be at a level that it can cover the expenses of the rural areas? Are we talking a year, 2 years?
That kind of goes to people above my pay grade. There are some initiatives in the process. For instance, 2-3 years ago now, AB 1705 was passed, which is an enhanced public provider, what we call a GEMT, Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program. It's actually going to function as an intergovernmental transfer program, which is a subtle difference. But under that program, the public providers will receive a much higher reimbursement for those Medi-Cal transports, which we all know are a good portion of our patients. Will receive a much higher portion of reimbursement that we can apply to supporting those services.
So when you say it's above your pay grade, who would have that answer? Is it someone in the room?
Well, no. It's all kind of being argued out at the state right now. There's some cost reporting. So there's been a GEMT program in place for many, many years. It was suspended a few years ago when the state initiated what they call the QAF, or Quality Assurance Fee, in which every time we do a patient transport, no matter who the insurance carrier is, we pay a small fee. That money goes basically into a pot of money to give us an enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. Yep. So for instance, if we build it straight Medi-Cal, a transport in Ukiah might be $120, $130. Under the QAF, because there's that extra pool of money, now we're able to pull in $275, $295. Still not anywhere near the cost of providing the service, but it does help. Indications that I'm getting from state associations and things like that are indicating that at least year one, under the PPGEMT, once it goes into effect, those same reimbursements to public providers would be over $700 per transport.
That's excellent. I appreciate the theory. where I'm stuck is seeing that Laytonville, Covelo, Anderson Valley, I would probably throw Elk in that mix, although they have other staffing problems just due to an aging population. Do they need gap funding to survive a year while we wait for the JPA to sustain them? Or are we talking 5 years? And how would we go about ascertaining, if we're looking at the budget, thinking about how to get them by long enough for the JPA to take over? What would your guess is better than mine?
And I wouldn't even try to hazard a guess because I don't know the finances of those agencies that well. But I think that, certainly having a conversation, and I'm sure that, Jen and Becky in some of their conversations could, speak to the people there who could give you, kind of an idea of where they're at, how long they can sustain current operations. It's different in each community. Covelo is likes doing their own thing. Laytonville is fortunate they have a tax measure that helps support their ALS service. Anderson Valley, unfortunately, does not. So, one community certainly is probably likely going to need more than another.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Yep.
Would anyone else like to speak for public comment in room?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tamara Alanis. I'm here on behalf of Brook Trails Township Community Services District. First of all, regarding some of the information that was in the PowerPoint presentation, our department has been greatly benefited by the PG&E settlement money that we received, especially regarding Jen Banks, her specific request that went to all the districts. We have received that. We also received other various PG&E settlement money. What I want to talk about today is the JPA. We are very fortunate to have a mutual services agreement with Little Lake Fire, and between the two of us, our districts serve the zip code. So we respond in each other's areas when we have availability, and we are able to have efficiencies and share costs in that way. The way I see the JPA is it's actually starting off as something that's going to facilitate the money actually coming in, which then would develop into something like agreements between the districts and the county. So just basically seeing the results, the positive results that we have on our own mini agreement between the two of our districts, I do see a lot of potential in meeting some of the gaps in service, looking at funding better ambulance coverage, and really facilitating cost recovery in a lot of areas that we see losses in responding. Thank you.
If there's no more public comment from the room, we can go to online. If you'd like to speak, click raise hand or press *9. Yeah, go ahead and come up.
Leonard Winter, CEO of MedStar Ukiah Ambulance. The nonprofit, probably the only nonprofit ambulance company in the county. I've been working on ambulances in Mendocino County my entire life. In fact, I even flew the medevac helicopter. We had a helicopter many years ago that we used just in Mendocino County and Lake County. So I think I can answer any question that you need to know, but I can tell you this, that in 1955 is when the first subsidy came from Mendocino County to every ambulance that was in the county. They not only gave us a subsidy, and I think if I'm correct, I think it was some $20,000 per ambulance company. The one in Point Arena, the one in Fort Bragg, the one in Willits, and the one in Ukiah. Not only did they give us a subsidy of the $20,000, they paid us for dry runs. If we go to a call and it was a dry run, they would pay us for that. If it was a no pay, we even got paid for those from the county. And the question that Ted keeps asking is, will the JPA cover it all? Absolutely not. There's going to have to be some county subsidy. It's not going to happen any other way. If you want ALS in all these far corners of the county, it's going to take some subsidy. That's just the way it is. If that's what we want, ALS in every little, in the north and the south, in the places that can't afford to have it. We put a paramedic up in Covelo for a few years. We put a single paramedic. It was a what you would call a resident paramedic. That's a whole other story I could tell you about, but we were, when VeriHealth came, they went up there. We moved out because the county or the EMS agency wanted them to go up there. Since they left, we have not been able to put another one back up there. Anderson Valley, we've been working closely with Anderson Valley with the paramedics to augment with the money that we got from the county. The biggest problem right now is the shortage of paramedics and EMTs in the whole United States. There's a shortage. It's just the way it is. If we had them, we would probably have them in Anderson Valley, and we would get them up in Covelo. We worked out. Covelo is a good example. We worked out an agreement with the clinic. The paramedic that we had worked in the clinic, and then after hours, then she came on our payroll. They would let her leave during the day. She would come back at nighttime. She would be on what we call a QRV, which is a quick response vehicle that she worked out of. So there's going to be subsidy needed. I don't care what you do. There just isn't enough call volume, and the money just is never going to be there. I don't know if you even know this. California is, if not the low, I think it's the lowest Medi-Cal reimbursement rate in any state in the United States. That's supposed to change soon. Hopefully it does. And I can answer, if I can answer the questions, go ahead and shoot whatever you want.
Yeah, Leonard, first, thanks for all your years of life-saving service. Could you, Covelo apparently isn't taking the $66,000 because they can't provide the service at the moment. Could MedStar provide ALS service in Covelo for that $66,000?
We could if the clinic would work with us again. But then again, we're back to the shortage of paramedics. So I don't want to get off that subject real quick, but the city just put up an ALS ambulance. Unfortunate thing is they took two of my people to do it. They took one from Laytonville. That's why Laytonville's short now, down to BLS. And I think they even took one from the coast. So when they added theirs, it shortened the ALS throughout the county. So I don't think things changed too much that way.
What do you think the cost would be of providing BLS service in Anderson Valley? Basically the level of service that's already there. If Anderson Valley weren't able to sustain service, what would it cost to pay for service?
You know what? My staff, I couldn't have my staff here today. My main staff office gal is out. She just had a baby. Teresa Gowan was another one, but she's been working on the ambulance more than she should and not in the office. I can't give you that exact number because everything's changing. As you know, gas prices have gone up, our insurance has gone up, new ambulance has gone up. I can't give you that number today.
Coastal Valleys has suggested that an ALS ambulance may have an actual cost of $750,000. That may be before inflation that we're seeing this year and high fuel costs. Do you think that's accurate?
That's a pretty close number. I think when we last looked at it, we were about $720,000.
Yeah. And last, what do you think of this model of staffing ambulances 12-hour shifts with volunteers? Sustainable for the county?
And where are these ambulances going to be?
Well, Anderson Valley is one. I think Laytonville and Covelo have a lot of volunteer staffing. Elk is volunteer. Do you see that as a sustainable model? Is this the same pain that we've seen since 1950 in providing this service in Mendocino County, or is the problem getting worse?
MedStar's been the safety net for this county for 50 years or more. We're the backup. We go to Covelo almost every single day. When that ambulance goes to Covelo, it draws down the whole system. So we're going there almost every single day. Anderson Valley, I'm not sure what the numbers are. I think they do about 12 to 15 calls a month, but we do go over there also. What was the question again?
Do you think the current model with volunteer staffing is sustainable?
No.
And do you believe the county has a legal obligation to provide ambulance service to communities that are without?
I can't answer that, but I can answer that from 1950 till or 1955 till about 1980 or almost 89 or 90, the subsidy carried everybody through these times.
Why was the subsidy cut?
You know, it wasn't cut just to Mendocino County. I think for some reason it just went through every county in California. So, and I want to put in a word for up there at Willits. The reason we've been able to stay in Willits for all these years is the Howard Foundation has backed us up 100% every year. When the subsidy was pulled from the county, the Frank Howard Foundation jumped on board and said, what do we need? They gave us everything we need. And to this day, they're still doing that for us up in Willits. Willits averages only about 50 911 calls a month. And this last year, the Howard Foundation actually donated some property to us to build a station for an ambulance company. And my goal is to get that station built, and whatever ambulance company is up there will have a station, at least they have a station to respond to the calls in the Willits area and the Covelo if that continues.
I don't see any more questions, but thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Any more comments in room? Okay, online we're going to start with Sage.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Sage San Giacomo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah. Want to thank the board for having this discussion. I think it's important that we continue to keep our eye on this issue. We all know that fire and EMS call volumes are increasing significantly. The issues related to drought and increased fire hazards are impacting Mendocino County at an exponential rate. And it's very difficult, for our very dedicated first responders and fire and EMS, both the public and the nonprofit providers and resources and the hospitals and the clinics to be able to keep up with this increasing demand. I do believe and want to again thank the board for investing in the JPA concept that has facilitated, I think, some very, very good discussions and potential approaches that begin to address many of these problems that we're now encountering, and provides a piece of the solution. Do we still need to continue looking at gap funding in our outlining areas? I think the simple answer to that is yes. And I do want to, encourage that those discussions continue to those partners in those outlying areas, that we simply can't let them fail, and that anything short of what is being provided now by these very dedicated departments would be detrimental to the entire county. And so continuing to have those discussions and recognizing where we may have gap funding, short-term or long-term, is, I think, a very necessary part of the overall conversation. I think all of our departments are very appreciative of the county's recognition of the needs and addressing some of those needs financially through the TOT and 172 and the PG&E funds. However, the PG&E funds are one-time, short-term, and the needs of these departments are going to be long-term. And I think that really leads right into the conversation that I believe that you're going to be having next about how you address providing critical resources to fire and water, and really want to look towards that discussion as another component to the solution that is needed to provide the services to our county. Thank you.
Next, we have an unnamed caller, call-in user 5. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Schaefer, and I'm a retired board member of a fire district in Comshy, and I've been, following this issue for 30 years almost. The county invested in the Fitch report in the early 2000s that is describing the same situation that still exists, and we've, as a county, successfully kicked the can down the road, and it's more than past time that we deal with it. I agree that the county has not only a moral responsibility but a legal responsibility of being in charge of EMS services throughout the county. I think that's state law is upheld by the courts. And I think that it's long past time that the county step up and acknowledge that and work toward meaningful solutions. The number of days or hours, every day or every week where there's no ambulance available on the entire 101 corridor because everybody's busy is shameful. And the board should recognize that and work diligently to fix it.
I think Michael's dropped off. Next, we
No,
have
I finished what I wanted to say.
You can go ahead. Your audio cut out.
So my point is that I think that you definitely have to step up and resolve this and go on record as to the county responsibility in this area and take the steps that are necessary to act responsibly.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben McMillan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, thank you. Chairman Williams, let's see. First of all, I would like to add to the discussion, but not go into a great amount of detail about the overall planning, but just to give you a microcosm description of Elk. Some 10 years ago, in a population of 420 people, we had 21 volunteers as members of the fire department. Of those 21, 9 were EMTs. That's 5% of our population were volunteering for the fire department. Today, some years later, we have a total of 13 volunteers and 3 EMTs. And the average age of our EMTs is 65. We just don't see anybody coming up to replace them. We use and our ambulances, we got it used and it's 25 years old. The solutions to this ongoing problem for us and for the county and overall, I don't know if a JP is going to be of help. It certainly can't hurt. It's whatever we can do to collectively pool our resources and our thinking for a solution overall. That's a wonderful thing. Staffing is a critical problem everywhere. The volunteer model, as we know, isn't working. Consistently throughout the country, the one thing that I've heard that is the best way to solicit volunteers, to get volunteers to volunteer, is money. It seems like pay is the new coin of the realm in terms of getting people to show up. But even in our situation, paying people money to staff an ambulance or to staff fire engines in Elk doesn't really provide them housing. They can't get housing even if they were to be paid. So that's a critical piece of the puzzle too. So the problem isn't unique with us. It's everywhere. But I just wanted to add my 2 cents to this part of the discussion. So thank you very much. That's it.
Francois. You need to unmute. If you're on the phone, press *6. On Zoom, click on mute.
Sorry. Start over again. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking up this very, very important issue. I think it's really critical for the county. It's a moral issue. It's a lot of people depend on ambulance in case they get ill. I'm speaking for myself. I'm on the board of the CSD, but I'm not reporting on what the board of the CSD feels about this. But it seems to me that what we need is a financial model. And I understand staff reluctance to use consultants, but we need some good financial analysis and be able to do some what if kind of scenarios, because the JPA presupposes volunteer joining of this organization. And if only Anderson Valley is participating with the city of Ukiah, it's different than if Elk and if these other organizations, and then billing structures change. So I think a big massive spreadsheet is the way to approach this, and you can plug in some numbers. And I would like to see the county move forward with that and with some alacrity. I'd also like to point out that the city of Ukiah spearheaded this JPA idea, and I want to thank them for that. I think there's a long-term issue here, which is the JPA will try to address. But then there's the short-term, revenue shortfalls that we're facing. I just want to urge you to move forward with this as fast as you can. And just like everybody else is saying, part of our problem here is housing, and trying to figure out a way to make housing more affordable in the county would be great, which probably in our situation requires thinking about rezoning. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Do we have any voice messages? Okay, I think that concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that I recognize this is an important problem in many parts of the county, and therefore for the entire county. And I'm grateful that we have Jen and Becky working on this. And I just want to extend that I very much want to hear from them as they see obstacles, as they see opportunities, as they see need for adjustments in what they're looking at, and bringing forward any suggestions and solutions that they find.
Supervisor McGordy.
Ted, did you schedule this?
You're muted. You're still muted.
Hi, Ted. So I just wondered if you scheduled this to depress us. It's really, the last few days have really shown our financial shortfalls in Mendocino County. And this, of course, is something that, we really have an obligation to address at some point. And it's pretty clear that the kind of money that it takes to do this is not there. So, our tax discussion is going to be important to see if that's a potential way of solving it. And it also points again to what I know is happening, which is that a lot of our rural residents who can afford it are moving to town as they get older, because they think about things like this. If something happens to them, how are they going to get services? So, this is no surprise to me, but it's just, it really puts the spotlight on us so we can see real clearly exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Hascheck.
So with this JPA, is there a timeline that you're looking at to try to get it up and running? Do we have any kind of idea what that might look like?
So at this point, we are still, we are moving forward. We've been having discussions. It's really going to depend on the evaluation, some of our next steps. So I don't have a complete timeline as to when this would come to fruition. It is, as I said, made great progress over the last year in engaging in the discussions, already moving forward with some of the supports and agreements. But I will certainly look at and work with our group and see if there's a more distinct timeline that we could put forward to the board.
Yeah, and I support what Supervisor Jurdy said about bringing back any kind of ideas or changes you need for, the implementation of the PG&E funds.
Jen, would it be possible for county supervisors to get a ride-along on an ambulance shift to get a sense of what it's like to provide response to the rural parts of the county? And do we have supervisors who would be willing?
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, yes, that can be arranged.
Do we have any supervisors, or would all of us be willing to do a ride-along for 12 hours to see what it's like?
Sure.
Dan, Mo?
Sure.
John? Glenn, you have any interest? Yep. All right. So all 5, we'd like to try to set that up. I think that's direction. And I'm concerned about our rural ambulance services failing while we wait for the JPA. Would the board support giving direction to staff to come back with a plan to sustain the current level of response until the JPA can take over funding the rural providers? If we think that it's a short time before the JPA will solve this problem, we're not talking a lot of money. If we hesitate, it's a sign that we don't think the JPA will solve it, in which case we need to find another solution. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would, and in light of that, I would also say some of the PG&E funds have not been spent, and was not all of it was going directly to the fire departments. It could be that in light of the situation, that it might make sense for us to redirect some small amount of the PG&E funds to this issue if that's the higher priority.
Maybe would the board support direction to staff to come back with a plan to provide financial support to the rural providers to sustain the current level of service? Mo's a yes. Supervisor McGordy?
How much money do you think we're talking about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if we think the JPA will be operational in 6 months, it doesn't sound like much. My best guess, having watched this for over 15 years, I think the JPA is a great idea. I would be surprised in the next 5 years if the JPA is funding Covelo, Laydenville, and Anderson Valley. I don't see it. But I don't want to see those services fail in the meantime. And so if this is a stopgap, at least it buys us some time. I want to underscore, if Anderson Valley shuts down, they're going to pull ambulances from the 101 corridor and from Fort Bragg. You have one ambulance at night in Fort Bragg. Sometimes during the day you have one. That ambulance could be headed towards Boonville. That impacts the entire county. So I'm all for the JPA, but I think we need to give an answer to those communities that are affected, which is frankly a big part of the county because it's a shared system. So we wouldn't be authorizing staff to transfer the money. We would be asking staff to come back with a credible plan to keep the current service providers operational.
Yeah, I support that.
And Ted, I said yes, but I think we could also take a fresh look at the unspent portions of the PG funds that were budgeted but not yet spent. It could be that this would be a higher priority than some of the things we budgeted but have not been spent yet.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. CEO Antle, what do we have in PG&E funds not yet spent?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I'm told that we have it all obligated at this moment. Now there may be some that's unspent, and I do believe a portion of that was for the climate change.
I believe we budgeted $1 million for 2 training centers. Has that money been spent yet?
He's talking about the fire training centers. It's allocated.
Yes, it's allocated, and that is moving forward, that project.
Supervisor McGordy.
What about the campground TOT? Could we spend some of the money on that and kind of change directions?
We would be taking from the fire districts, which provide EMS, so we would be creating a more of a demand for ambulance service. And there was a voter passed advisory telling us how to allocate that money, so we would be going against the voters. But I think the advisory said fire and emergency services. Actually, it is encompassed in the advisory. The advisory was to split the money between the local fire agencies, that's the 21, with 25% split according to the annual discretion of the fire chiefs.
Well, the ballot measure doesn't get very specific about how you spend the money. It's fire and emergency services. It could be we have the ability to redirect if we want.
Well, I guess is there board support to repurpose the money that's going to fire departments to ambulance providers?
Well, for example, we have sometimes a true up at the end of the year. The TOT is an estimate of how much will come in. So, for example, if the tax collector collects additional TOT from the campgrounds, there would be an unallocated amount that we could redirect because no one. It's not a matter of retracting a check.
Could you explain that further?
I believe in the budget process, we budget an estimate of TOT to be collected from the campgrounds to the fire departments. At the end of the year, the tax collector would know exactly how much was actually collected. I believe that the amount collected is going up. And so it's possible there's some unallocated dollars that could, instead of going, as a second check to the departments, it could go in the form of a supplement. If this is in fact the highest priority, I mean, we need to make decisions based on the highest priorities. And Ted, today you're presenting this as the highest priority in front of the county at this particular moment. Tomorrow you may have another subject that you'll say is the highest priority of the county at the moment. But if this is in fact the highest priority of the county at the moment for you, then why not redirect funds that have not yet been allocated?
Dan, I think you would be redirecting funds from emergency services to emergency services. It's one and the same. The fire departments provide BLS response. You would be taking away BLS response from communities. The first people on scene, you would be defunding so that you could fund a different BLS provider. That's the problem. There's one and the same. You're thinking there's two entities here, defund one and fund another. It's one and the same. It's the fire EMS response.
That's not been the discussion we've had today.
Well, Jen, do you think that's a viable solution to take from the fire district funding to give to the ambulances?
I've always historically voiced my opinion that I never want to compete with our fire departments that provide emergency medical services to our community. And I've drawn a very fine line over the last decade that because they are there and they are available and they provide that service as a fire department, it inadvertently loops back to EMS services. So they are a benefit and they are a support unit for EMS services already.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, what we need to do is figure out what we're talking about as far as money and what these different EMS ambulance services would need, because I just talked to Covelo yesterday. I talked to Laytonville a couple days ago, and there wasn't a clamoring for more funds. So I would like to have everyone sit down and really figure out what's going on and what is needed, and then we can figure out how to fund that.
Was that a motion? Was that a motion, Supervisor?
Well, I'd like to have that conversation where we really figure out what the needs are of the different ambulance services.
I'll just throw it in there. I think that that's a really good idea, and we probably could use multiple sources of funds, recognizing that we're probably redirecting them from some other very good purpose. But again, if this is really important, then we have to address it.
Was that a second?
Yes.
And does this motion include asking county council for an opinion on our legal obligation? Because we've heard several providers tell us they believe we have a legal responsibility. I think it would be good for the board to have the knowledge of whether that's accurate before we get into the funding.
Well, I think so too. Have you already directed staff to do so, or does that require us to make a motion?
Would it be cleaner to have it in the motion?
I believe it would be cleaner to have it in the motion.
Then I'll amend the motion to include directing county.
Sorry, you weren't the maker of the motion. It would have to be Supervisor Haschek.
And my question to County Council is, how long will this take of your time?
Are you asking in terms of when I would be able to come back, or what the total number of hours is we'd estimate?
Both.
Okay. Realistically, I think we're probably looking at end of July or early August for me to be able to come back with a meaningful opinion and analysis, just knowing sort of what else is in the hopper at the moment. I don't know that I can fully say, until I've gotten into some of the weeds here, but I'm going to guess somewhere in the 10 to 20 hour range to get a decent opinion together.
All right, so I can include that in the motion.
But thank you. I think if nothing else, it'll help if at the end we don't have board support to fund and we say it's not our obligation, at least fire and ambulance will know going forward they need to find their own funding source. Right now we've put them in the worst position where they don't know exactly what to do. They're hoping that we may find a way to bolster their funding and yet not come through. So I appreciate the motion. Does the second agree with the modification?
Yes.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, ready for a roll call vote.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We're not quite ready for the roll call vote yet. I need a clear restatement of the motion. I do have that you want to incorporate that County Council return with an opinion on the county's legal obligations, but I would like a full restatement of the entire motion for the record.
Well, the motion was to have the ambulance service agencies meet and figure out what the real economic needs are and figure out a funding source.
And return.
And return to the board? Along with the county council direction.
Alice, do you have that?
I have direct the ambulance service agencies to meet and figure out the real economic needs as well as a funding source, and request that County Council return with an opinion on the county's legal obligations.
Correct.
So one concern there is it sounds like we're directing the ambulance companies to do this work. I think we're directing our staff, and it may be our Director of Social Services and Jen Banks from Coastal Valleys EMS working with the ambulance companies, but I don't know that we should direct ambulance companies. They're not under our oversight.
Right, it can be staff.
Thank you.
Ready for a vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item 4D. This is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding potential sales tax for submission to the voter, sponsored by County Council and the Executive Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to remind the board as to why we're here. So previously, the executive office and my office had become aware that there had been multiple board members looking at the possibility of a sales tax for the upcoming November ballot. And unfortunately, because of Brown Act restraints and because of the fact that this touched on the work of multiple ad hocs, there wasn't really a good way for us to coordinate among those supervisors without essentially just doing what we're doing now, which is bringing this forward for a full public discussion. At the last meeting, the board had given us some direction to sort of start work on an ordinance and come back for some further direction and clarification. I have drafted a memo with sort of a few areas where I believe I would need key decisions to be made before I could really get something together further. And I think one of the key things that I've discovered in looking at this so far is I don't actually believe there was consensus among the board. Well, the motion was unanimous. I don't know that there was a common understanding among the five of you as to whether we would be discussing the possibility of one tax or two taxes. And I do think legally you have the ability to do one special tax that would fund both fire and water with some sort of breakdown incorporated in there. Alternatively, you could put multiple tax measures on the ballot if that was the board's preference. I'll leave it to the chair and the board's discretion really as to how you'd like to proceed. But what I would request is that if we could go through, perhaps after the board has had some of its more basic policy discussion, if the board is going to give me direction to proceed on this one, I would ask if we could go through the items in the memo sort of one by one and give me sort of the specific direction as to which way the board would like to go on that, so that I could get something drafted and get it back to you in pretty short order here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the weekend, I used the Measure Y sales tax initiative that I had worked on when I was on the city council to come up with what I hope might be at least a conversation starter. Supervisor Hashak had asked that we bring back specifics, so I'm going to attempt that right now, and then hopefully we can have a conversation about it. I would like the board to consider a general sales tax measure. For the 3/8 sales tax revenue that would be sunsetting from Measure B, with 60% distributed to fire protection and 40% distributed to water resiliency projects. I propose that we call it a climate action initiative. For the fire protection funds, I believe that there should be 1/3 of the annual funds could be distributed equally to each of the 21 fire agencies, and 2/3 of the funds can be distributed based on a per capita allocation, which of course would change when the census changes, so that would be written into a resolution and the ballot measure.
May I ask a question? Just for clarifying question?
Sure.
The county doesn't know the population of a fire district.
Based on census data?
Census blocks don't overlap with fire district blocks. So,
Well, that is a conundrum that I had not anticipated. Thank you. I'll work on that. I'll think about that. As far as the water resiliency funds, but they have a per capita distribution that works with Prop 172 funds. Though.
all the districts know the populations are off. They added it all up, and it was far more than the county. Albion's with the distribution, there's more registered voters than that formula has. So it's been an ongoing struggle of we don't know how many people live in a fire district.
All right, well, I'll scratch the census data conversation and instead use the allocations that are used for Prop 172 distribution. For the water resiliency funds, I propose that we create a water technical advisory group that consists of one technical person from each of the 4 incorporated cities, from the county of Mendocino, and 2 special water districts that have latent water powers, 1 inland and 1 coastal. That would be decided based on their representative districts. They could potentially vote in a member to serve, for instance, a term of 2 to 4 years to keep consistency. Each year that Special Technical Advisory Group would review all of the water projects throughout the county, and I'm talking about planning, capital improvement, everything having related to water infrastructure in Mendocino County, create a plan that runs 5 to 10 years out, annually updated, and strategically look at funding different projects per year or continuing the projects per year. And that each year that group would bring to the Board of Supervisors the selected projects, and that would specifically be included in the board's budget each year for review before before the budget is approved for review. I think the most important part that I myself as a representative of our community, and I think our community members really want to see, is accountability. And without having a specific tax, we could have an advisory measure, which I do not want to do. I think that they are often, it's very challenging for voters to separate the two. So I think we can include a resolution that provides the accountabilities. And in what I've come up with not only provides accountability with the Board of Supervisors, but it provides accountability with the auditor, treasurer, tax collector, which is also an independently represented individual in our community. And I think that the balance of that will hopefully provide some assurances in the community that we are going to work together to make sure that there is accountability. So as far as accounting, that each fiscal year, once the tax is collected, the auditor, treasurer, tax collector would put the revenue in a separate designated account for fire protection and water resiliency projects, and that this would be additional funds and would not replace existing funds that are used for fire service as of today, and that would probably need to be based on their current level, which might become a percentage as inflation, et cetera, carries on. In thinking about this sales tax measure, essentially I didn't want to fund the water agency with this measure. We had conversations about how our constituents feel about that agency, and I think it's far more important to get those funds directly into the various districts and cities, and work to find other ways to fund the water agency. And I'm happy to have conversations about that. So it would be reviewed annually by the Board of Supervisors through the budgeting process, and that the funds would be kept in a separate fund by the auditor, treasurer, tax collector. I do understand, that the library folks have been working very hard to gather their signatures, and I definitely appreciate that. At this point, I hope that, I'm not sure if there's anybody from the library here today, but I hope to find that they've been able to collect enough signatures to get it on the ballot. But I don't think that this board should continue to wait and see if that happens when we are talking about year 3 of a drought and year 5 of tragic wildfires that have occurred in our communities since 2017. I also really want to I have a lot more interest in learning from the Library Initiative folks about their plans for the capital improvement funds that they are suggesting to use the sales tax measure for. This board has still not seen the facilities plans and needs assessment for the county-wide owned buildings, and we know that, I know that it's been said before, but we know that the courthouse in Ukiah should be built out within the next few years, which is going to leave a vacant courthouse. And I think there's going to be community conversations about what should happen with that building. So I'm just a little concerned that the capital portion of the library sales tax initiative might be putting the cart before the horse. Certainly all of our facilities, far beyond libraries, have many needs, and I definitely support if the taxpayers support that they want libraries specifically to have their buildings repaired, then I think that's great, and more power to them. But the board has not yet reviewed even which buildings the libraries should continue to use if they're county owned. So that was my initial thoughts, and I'll remove the census note from my notes.
Or you could direct staff to help come back with a similar plan. Maybe there's a way to do it. County Council.
Thank you. I was hoping I'd just ask for a little bit of clarification, because you had said some things there, Supervisor Mulhern, about not wanting to use an advisory measure, but wanting to have some accountability. And I think if I heard you correctly, you did want to have it be a general tax, so you're looking at the 50% tax threshold. And the part I wasn't entirely clear about was about the. So I do want to be clear. There are certain protections that if you put in place that essentially would segregate the funds and restrict their use to limited purposes, you're going to end up triggering the 2/3 requirement, regardless of what the initial intent was. So I wanted to make sure that I understand with respect to the auditor, the auditor's role and the possible uses there. Were you thinking there'd be sort of a resolution of intent or commitment, or were you thinking of something stronger? And in all candor, I haven't looked too thoroughly at the dividing line there, so I might need to do a little bit of research depending on your proposal to be able to tell you what specifically might trigger that 2/3.
Thank you. I am not reinventing the wheel here by any means, and so what I have before me as a resolution essentially would be the County of Mendocino establishing an expenditure plan for water and fire resiliency tax or climate action initiative, and the review of the revenues and expenditures.
Supervisor McGordy.
There are kind of two parts to my commentary. So the first one is that generally I like what Supervisor Mulhern has put in there. What I note is that every corner of our county has got some issue with water, and they're all different. So we have two communities that can't really do any building right now, which is Gualala and Redwood Valley, because they don't have any hookups. Supervisor Williams was telling me some very chilling stuff about the water supply of Mendocino, and its drinking water quality and the continuation of it as a reliable water supply. We have the Potter Valley project, which basically is, as we know it, is coming to an end. And we hope to acquire the water rights, and it's not to give farmers free water. I've heard that kind of bandied around. The farmers very much expect to pay. And in fact, there's an organization going on now too, what's called the Russian River Water Users Forum, being created to discuss how we're going to pay for this project going forward. Are we going to need, and there's a lot of studies that need to be done. Kind of like the ambulance thing, time is of the essence. So we're right in the middle of third year of drought. The state is making a fair amount of money available for infrastructure. So the thing is that a lot of these projects are going to require some initial engineering, as well as some matching of funds in order to go forward. So we have to have something to work with. Right now, we can't even afford a person to be the water agency. So, that's why we've had some success addressing mental health. I think our community did a really good lift on that. I think the project, even though some people don't like Measure B, I think it's been pretty successful in at least doing something. And we're on our way to completion of that. So I know our community can do things when we get organized and work together. We already have quite a lot of organization, obviously, on the ambulance fire department end. I think our water community is also fairly well organized too. And it's very similar. It's very analogous. We're depending on volunteers to do stuff that normally would have professionals paid for by local government to do. My concern is if we don't step up to the plate, we're going to be right back where we were in 1957 when the water was allocated out of Lake Mendocino and Sonoma County walked away with most of it. And we ended up with precious little. I don't want to see that happen. I want us to be at the table. I want us to be represented. And that's why I think this is a real game changer for us looking into the future. We've had water systems designed over 100 years ago. They worked, but their time's come to an end and it's time to renew it. That's not cheap. And it's going to take a real coordinated effort. So that's why I appreciate what Supervisor Mulhern has said. The only thing I would change a little bit is I'd make it so that there was some equity and distribution of funds through the 5 supervisorial regions so that everybody pays in, everybody gets something back. And, that could be worked out on a biennial basis, but I want to be sure that if people are paying for sales tax and in purity, that proportionally they get money back if they have a water issue that needs to be addressed in their area and so on and so forth, and find a fair way to equitably distribute it through the different districts.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor McGordy. I did think about that quite a bit, and I think that's why the Water Technical Advisory Group would be able to look at a 5 to 10 year plan to make sure that the funds were being equally distributed. There may not always be a need in a particular district, and I might just say the city of Ukiah may not have a need one year. So if there's a project that the Technical Advisory Group thinks needs priority, then I would leave that to the experts, and of course have the check and balance with that coming back before the board, so that if there was any agency that felt that they weren't represented, they would have another opportunity. But I think the idea of having a longer plan for the funds and in preparation would allow to make sure that we have equal distribution throughout the county.
I have a couple comments. First, I think it's creative, and I'll support you on it. I guess I have concern about combining water and fire, and I had talked to county council between last meeting and today, and became aware that the board may not have been aligned on single item versus two items. And it never dawned on me that we would combine water and fire support. I thought those would be two separate, let voters choose. Hopefully they support both, maybe they support one. But obviously, I went back and listened to the video, and it's true, county council couldn't ascertain from our dialogue what the intent was, and we walked away with different ideas. So I guess I'm not 100% in either direction, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues in a moment on the idea of separating it versus having it together. A little bit of bleed over from the previous item, because we're talking about advisories, whether or not to have one on a general tax. And moments ago, we talked about not following a voter-passed advisory. I want to read from the March 2020 Measure E. Just part of it, I won't read it all to you. 75% to be distributed evenly to the recognized fire agencies in Mendocino County, and 25% to be spent based on the recommendation of the fire chiefs of the recognized fire agencies in Mendocino County. And we're talking about, there's no ambiguity there. If we repurpose that to ambulance, we will effectively have gone against a voter-passed advisory. And I think if we do that one time, the voters will never trust us again. I wouldn't trust a board that has a voter-passed advisory and decides to do something better that we know better than the voters. I think the answer is you send it back to the voters and you let them decide. So I support this idea, but I want to be with or without the advisory. I think there's merit to not having it, because having two items to vote on does confuse voters who aren't tracking carefully. But whatever we put out in messaging as our intended plan for spending, I'm committed to that. I'm not going to change course after the fact, because I think not only does it disadvantage this board on future funding opportunities, but it'll affect boards in the future. Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, if we're looking at it like that, we're potentially looking at 3 taxes for the fall. One would be the library, and then we have a fire, and then we have a water. And I guess I'm still trying to figure this out about if we do this advisory and we're saying we're designating the money for water or fire, then doesn't that kick in the 2/3?
If I may respond through the chair, so no, and actually the county had been party to litigation on this question. It's actually near when I started here with the county about 4 or 5 years ago. There was a published decision that no, if you do a general tax and you do an advisory measure, because the advisory measure is non-binding, that doesn't trigger the requirements of the 2/3 vote. It's only when there's some restriction in the ordinance, some legal obligation to keep the monies used for a specific purpose, that 2/3 vote threshold is required. I would note, I think part of the rationale, from what I can tell, that is sometimes used in adding the advisory measures to the ballot is, one, to be able to get the input from the public and maybe have a little bit of political pressure on future boards as to how the monies might be spent. But the other is that if you only put a general tax on the ballot, when the voters look at that ballot, they will only be seeing that it is a tax for general purposes. There will be no mention of the potential purposes for which it is used. So that would depend entirely upon the campaign efforts of those. And again, no county resources to be spent on that, including county staff time. that would depend entirely on the campaign efforts of those in favor of the proposal to be able to communicate, why the funds are being sought and what they are intended to be spent on.
So in essence, we'd go with this this issue, this tax on the ballot, and with no statement of where it's going, and just 3/8 of a cent to the county.
That is correct. I would say there's essentially three options. One is that you can put just a general tax on the ballot for 3/8 of a sales tax to the county, and there would be no statement as to how those funds would be spent, other than maybe a statement that would be available for any purpose, or any lawful county purpose. The other is that you do a general sales tax along with an advisory measure. The advisory measure is non-binding, but it does sort of state, does the public want the funds to be used on, in this case, water and fire. The third option is that you put a special tax on there. If you put on the special tax, the use is restricted legally. The monies get placed in a separate fund, and they never come into the general fund, and they never get to be allocated for general fund purposes. So they always have to be used for those specific purposes, much like with Measure B, that are put in the ordinance. If that is the case, though, the measure does not pass unless it has approval of 2/3 of the voters.
Right. Thank you.
Do you want me to go to Glenn? Supervisor Mulhern.
Sorry. So again, I'm not reinventing the wheel here, and the Measure Y language actually read, shall the ordinance be adopted to impose a general tax, an additional transaction tax of, yada, yada, and its use right in the ballot initiative, right where you check yes or no. So I think that there is an opportunity to include in the ballot initiative what the use will be, and then further define that in the argument in favor of it. So I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to, it's not going to say, shall we have a general tax? In my opinion, the board and, the ballot initiative should clearly define, and it certainly can, the ballot question can state what it'll be used for.
Yeah, and I think what you might be referring to, Supervisor Mulhern, is some of the and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, and I haven't done a lot of analysis, so I think I may need to take a little bit of a closer look. But I think what you may be referring to is the sort of language that frequently gets used, save in school bond measures, where while the funds are used for many allowable types of purposes, some of the specific needs may be mentioned as in sort of including but not limited to language. And I'd certainly be happy to take a look at that. And you would have some ability to mention it, certainly in the arguments in favor, as those are partisan. Those are an area where proponents could make their arguments.
Yeah, please.
So I have given this quite some thought, and the reason that I brought forward this discussion about having a general tax is because I think that a 60-40% or 60-40% split between fire and water actually makes better financial sense for the agencies than doing a 1/4 cent per, which was outlined in the memo from County Council. So that's why I did select that instead of 2 separate taxes.
McGordy, do you have a question on the same thread? I don't want to jump ahead of you if you do.
No, it's commentary about this, and also to thank you for the clarification on the TOT for in its designation.
So, County Council, I'm looking at Ukiah's Measure Y, which was a general tax, 2016. Supervisor, is that accurate? Okay. And it reads, shall ordinance, this is what's on the ballot, shall ordinance number 1165 be adopted to impose as a general tax an additional transaction, sales, and use tax of 0.5% within city limits of the city of Ukiah to fund essential city services, including street repair and maintenance. Such tax increase is estimated to raise $2,470,000 annually at a rate of 0.5%. The duration of the tax will continue unless and until the tax is repealed by the majority of voters in the municipal election. So they did a general tax of a half percent. and it's very clear where it's intended to be utilized. Was that legal? Can we do that?
I may ask for a little bit of time to do some follow-up research on that. I certainly I have great respect for Mr. Rapport. I'd be happy to review, and I certainly acknowledge the possibility that there may be authority that I've missed on that.
Okay. And I've never seen a sales tax on a ballot that doesn't describe an intended use, just a general tax, just 1% for the county of Mendocino. I don't know of an example of where that. Do you? You want more time to research it? Okay. Supervisor McGordy.
I think it's important if we're going to go forward with this. It's really has to have pretty good buy-in from everybody on the board. And if there's people who still strenuously object to it, I think it's important for us to know.
My last comment, and then I think we should also review Supervisor Jurdy's memo. He has a lot of good points in there. Whatever the board decides today, would it be prudent to ask staff to conduct a poll immediately? Are we allowed to do that to get a sense of whether voters would support our idea?
So I think what you're referring to, Supervisor Williams, is the restriction on the use of funds for political purposes. I don't, since this would be sort of gauging voter opinion and not necessarily advocating for or against, I don't believe that would run afoul of the restriction.
So I've talked to some consultants who organize these types of polls, and I heard it would cost about $5,000 to get a statistically significant poll, and it could be done in short time, a matter of a couple weeks. So I think whatever we decide, we should go through that exercise of polling. And if it comes back 40%, well, maybe we change the idea or we drop it. If it comes back 80%, we know it's on us to lose. But I don't want to spend a lot of time and effort on a proposal where we don't think the public will ultimately find support. Supervisor Jurdy, would you like to go through your memo, or do you want to continue talking about Supervisor Mulhern's approach?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, one, Supervisor Mulhern, I appreciate your thoughts and the fact that you're looking at a methodology to try to reassure people that the money would be spent on countywide projects and not on the projects that really represent where many of the advocates for this sales tax are coming from. But fundamentally, I think I wish we'd had this conversation 6 months ago or eight months ago. I feel like I'm working with a different time frame from you guys, but maybe it's just because I've volunteered on so many campaigns and for so many people and for so many different ballot measures over the years. But I really feel like this is just too late. And so I want to kind of, for those who haven't read the memo, for me watching this meeting, back on May 17th, this board held its first public discussion on the idea of placing a board-sponsored sales tax on the upcoming election. And that's just with weeks remaining to finalize for the next items for the next election. I see no evidence it would be wise for the board to sponsor a sales tax on the same ballot as the Citizens Library Initiative. And I'd like you to please consider, first, it's now too late for a board-sponsored sales tax, in my opinion. Sales tax advocates have not consulted with key stakeholders in every corner of this county. And I've spoken with many officials in Fort Bragg and Willits who were not consulted prior to my speaking with them. And now sales tax advocates lack the time to go to all stakeholders to reach consensus on the purpose, the size, and equitable expenditure of the sales tax. In sum, it takes time to win trust, and sales tax advocates have run out of time to win trust for the upcoming election. And two, it is the wrong moment for a board-sponsored sales tax. The public is living with the highest inflation we have seen in 4 decades. The Federal Reserve Bank has pledged to slow down inflation by raising interest rates and tightening money supply. The public is anxious. This is not the time to place multiple sales taxes on the upcoming election ballot. 3, a board-sponsored sales tax is the wrong pathway to the ballot. Advocates of a sales tax should follow the lead of the library supporters. Advocates should hold public meetings, offer specifics in support of their ideas, and achieve consensus with a solid plan. Voters will place a good plan on the ballot. Sales tax advocates have 17 months from today to do this work. If they are open and transparent, I and others will help them. A citizens initiative is a pathway for success at the ballot. 4, a board-sponsored sales tax is going to hurt the causes the taxes are intended to help, I'm afraid. For example, voters in every corner of Mendocino County will question why they are being asked to pay a water sales tax when the water sales tax is originating from and is the brainchild of water interests in one corner of the county who pay virtually nothing for their water. For starters, the typical residents of the city of Ukiah, Fort Bragg, and Willits pay between $270 and $321 for every $1 paid by agricultural interests served by the Potter Valley Irrigation District. That's $300 from residential consumers for every $1 paid by agricultural interests. And my memo gives specifics to that. Voters will rightly question why Potter Valley agricultural interests and others are failing to step up, raise their own revenues to resolve their water rights. Why a countywide sales tax? How is a countywide water tax fair? 5, a board-sponsored sales tax is going to divide our communities. Today, we have a united board of supervisors that politically and financially supports the efforts of the Potter Valley Irrigation District, the Inland Water Power Commission, and others who are attempting to retain reasonable water diversion rights from the Eel River to Potter Valley and to Lake Mendocino. But this support has limits. A debate at this time over a imperfect and unwelcome sales tax will trigger devastating political division within Mendocino County, and a board-sponsored water sales tax will lose at the ballot. Question: after the inevitable loss at the ballot, will state and federal funders want to give state and federal grants to support any Eel River diversion or related projects? I'm doubtful. Then why place a board-sponsored water sales tax on the ballot? Here's a better idea. Invite all stakeholders into the room, a room where details of a tax are disclosed and openly debated. To the advocates of a sales tax, please engage with residents in every corner of the county. A fair and well-reasoned proposal can win support, and community members would agree to place a solid proposal on the next election ballot. Let's learn from the good work of the Library Advisory Board and community members who are engaging with the public with the Citizens Library Initiative. Let's follow their lead.
Dan, I appreciate you going through those points, and I know there's merit to some of them, and it is divisive. But I'm not going to go through each, but to give you some feedback. I don't know, the fire and EMS has been a problem long-standing, decades. Since I've been on the board 3.5 years, we've looked at various funding options. Before Supervisor Mulhern, it was Supervisor McCowan and I contemplating different tax ideas. And sales tax has been kicked around for a long time. I thought we had mentioned it at previous board meetings. I don't know of another funding source for fire and EMS. If the county wants to fund fire and EMS, by all means drop the sales tax. Bottom line for me is this needs to be funded, and it's not us raising funds for them. Public safety is our job. It's number one. State Constitution tells this board our number one priority is public safety. Fire and medical transport is part of public safety. So I appreciate Mo's approach to 60% of the funds for fire. If it's not that, we're going to have to find another way to fund fire and EMS. We have a growing crisis in our county. We don't have a model that will be sustainable for the decades to come. It doesn't even work well now. And the idea of asking firefighters who train every week, respond to hundreds of calls per year, hold bake sales to fundraise, now to also stand in front of the post office day after day collecting signatures, they wouldn't be doing this for their benefit. They're already giving to their community. So who else has the time to do this? I think it is the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors to put an item on the ballot to fund the fire districts. And frankly, to fund EMS in general. The idea that the water tax, which I'm not pushing, but I will support if there's board support. The idea that it's to solve the Potter Valley Water Project, first of all, it won't raise enough funds to solve that. But it overlooks the fact that our entire county has water problems. Town of Mendocino, I don't know. We have 78 businesses that are now struggling with a letter from Division of Drinking Water about whether their water meets state standards. And perhaps it doesn't, and the state has finally caught up with us. The drought putting eyes on our problem. Wallala, we have people who want to build and they can't. There's a moratorium due to lack of water. Point Arena, they're hanging in for now. They're on a private water company. Not a lot of certainty going forward. Anderson Valley is tapping into some Prop 1 funds hopefully for their water system and their sewer system. They've had E. coli show up in their drinking water in downtown Boonville since 1963. So water problems are throughout the county. It's not new, but the change in climate is making it more pronounced. As I'm comfortable supporting the water concept as long as there's a clear division, whether it's inland or versus coast or split per district. As long as the money is spread around, I'm comfortable. What I can't support is having taxpayers in Wallala fund the Potter Valley project. That's not going to work. That won't pass. They need to get something out of it. And hopefully that something allows more housing units. Water is holding up housing throughout the unincorporated. Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to also, Supervisor Jordy, make a kind of a brief comment about potable water versus irrigation water. So potable water comes in as raw water. It's heavily treated through expensive infrastructure, has to meet testing standards, and go out as being guaranteed to be safe to drink. Irrigation water comes out of the river and goes directly into a pumping system. It's filtered and then it hits the crop. So the value of the water is different because of the cost of treating it is part of it. I also agree with Supervisor Williams. I'm not expecting people in Fort Bragg to pay for irrigation water along the Russian River. That's not what any of us are suggesting or wanting. And that's why it's pretty clear to agricultural interests that moving forward, they're going to have to pay for water. So there will be eventually, hopefully, a water right that allows us to continue taking water from the Eel River and using it for irrigation because our economy is based on it. If that goes away, boy, things are going to look different. I'd also add that besides the irrigation water that's used, that there's also multiple communities that are dependent on surface water from here to Marin County. We know that that Sonoma County water will also be a partner in this, whatever we decide to do. But so much of the money is just for upfront, for dealing kind of with legal costs and studies that have to be done before we can even move forward on this. And otherwise, I wouldn't be bothering you. You know, everything you say is absolutely true about the environment we're in right now. And it seems like a really wacky idea for us to even contemplate it. But we find ourselves in really difficult times. I agree with what Supervisor Williams says, and that's why we're having this discussion.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, of course, we have these issues with fire, with ambulance service, with climate change and the drought that we're experiencing. And, you know, you talked about $5,000 for polling to see if people would be into it. You know, from my time on the campaign trail, that people are not into it. These are hard economic times. And I don't think people would go for an increase of tax. I think that $5,000 would be better off spent funding groups to collect signatures so that they could, so it would be a community-based decision. I mean, it doesn't have to be the firefighters because obviously they're doing incredible work already. But if people in the community realize that what we need is enhanced, fire and ambulance service, then they should be out there collecting signatures, and $5,000 could probably go a long ways in promoting that. With the water districts, we have a lot of people. What I've heard is there's water districts that just would say, "What's in it for me? I'm already paying a lot of money for, to be in the Willits Water District or the Ukiah or whatever," and certainly we know that there's a lot of needs out there that we need to be going for state money. I think we aren't going to get out of this without getting an infusion of state money from working with our state legislatures. Because, the Potter Valley project is going to cost too much for little Mendocino County to do, or even the coalition. We're going to need an infusion of money to solve that problem. And, we brought in, $23.3 million last year for water projects, and that's state money. So we really need to figure out what we're going to do with the water agency. And I go back to what our consultants told us, is that they said, to do a water agency and to put it on the ballot for a tax, you need to have some wins, and you need to have the people believing that you can do something really tangible with that. And I like that idea of the technical advisory group, but at the same time, I think that it's kind of going a little too fast, and we need to show that we can have those wins first before we really put it on the ballot. And I don't want to ruin the chances of the library, because they've done the groundwork, or they're doing it to get it on the ballot. So.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, the $23 million that came in, I mean, it is a win, but again, I think it is important for the board to have the conversation. And what I'm suggesting is that the funds not be used for the water agency, that the funds be directly distributed to the water projects that the technical advisory group discusses and votes on. I think that is an important part of this conversation, and I really want to have that be out of the equation. The other thing is that if this measure were to be placed on the ballot, it would not be an increase in taxes. People would be paying the same amount of tax that they've been paying through Measure B, because it is for the portion of Measure B that's sunsetting. So I just want to be very clear that when we're talking about what this board may put on the ballot is not an increase in tax, and I realize that the library initiative is also gathering signatures. So if they are both on the ballot, then yeah, that's a conversation that everybody needs to have with voters about. Then I think it would end up being a quarter cent more than we're currently paying as voters. So I just wanted to clarify that it wouldn't be an increase if this is what's on the ballot, and hopefully the library. I think that we have a representative here. Hopefully they've gathered all of their signatures. I did have a question for County Counsel Curtis. What is the timeline that the board would be working with to put a measure on the ballot?
I believe it was early August was the deadline for having the item ready. So, remember, you'd need the time for the passage of the ordinance and then also for the resolution for adoption. So I think realistically, we'd need to be bringing forward probably the first meeting of July, at least an initial first reading of the ordinance. And then if you were to make any changes, we might even have to look at the possibility of a special meeting in there.
I agree with Supervisor Haschek that we needed an infusion from the state. My concern is unless we have a shovel-ready project, or at least maybe not even shovel-ready, if we have a credible idea of what we need and why, we're more likely to get the money. If we just ask the state for millions of dollars without a plan, I don't think they're going to fund us. In order to get that plan, we need outside resources that we can't afford today. And I think, I know the task force you and Supervisor McGordy has tried to do some of that planning, but I think we need more expertise. We don't even have that consultant available anymore. I see that we're barely treading water, and that we're on the verge of a death spiral in this county. Yesterday, I tried to put the brakes on spending throughout the day, and I look over at our county CEO. She knows we don't have any money, and yet we're still giving her requests of, we'll just go find a way. There must be some carry forward balance that'll come up. In past years, that may have been true. I don't see it this year. I think we're in kind of a dire financial situation, and I'm in support of Supervisor Jury's point about it being the wrong time to ask voters. They're facing inflation, high fuel prices, possible recession. Is this the right time to ask for a tax? Even though it's not technically not an increase, it would keep the current tax rate. Well, we have to weigh that with the potential death spiral of not having towns run dry. If the town of Mendocino runs dry, we won't have the bed tax dollars. There goes the sales tax and the TOT. Within about 1 mile of my house, there's $3 million generated in bed tax. We won't have that if the town is dry. And I'm not counting on the state to come through. So far, the state has not come through. We got a water tank thanks to Senator McGuire, who went to bat for us. $5 million for a tank that'll hold 500,000 gallons for a town that uses over 300,000 gallons per day. It's good to have that buffer. Hopefully that'll let some families brush their teeth and flush the toilet, but we're not going to be exporting water to tourists with that holding tank. That's a day and a half of the town's total use. I don't know that we can wait until the next opportunity. We're talking about 17 months out, putting it on the ballot. We have a crisis now. We have towns that may go dry. And I don't know what to say about the inland. Supervisor McGordy should talk about it, but I think the farm gate multiplier shows that if those farms inland go dry, we're going to lose dollars throughout the county. Last, we have an insurance problem. Houses in our county in the unincorporated are becoming uninsurable. Back when I was fire chief, I heard from people all the time. I would see insurance companies calling about the same address as they were shopping around. It's only gotten worse. And part of it is it's no longer just the ISO rating, it's now also the CAL FIRE fire severity map. Both of those indicators are accurate. We're a high risk. We have a lot of brush. We don't have hydrants, all the reasons. Well, if you're trying to insure a rental property, it's even harder than insuring your primary residence. It's a different risk profile. If we don't come up with a water solution, we will not see more housing development. We will not see long-term rentals. Our communities are becoming unviable. CEO wants a break.
Yes, when you have a moment. If you were going to, when you're going to entertain the next step of this motion, please.
Have we done public comment yet? I don't think so. Do we want to take a break and then do public comment? 10 minutes? Yeah, 5's fine. So we'll be back at 4:40.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi man అందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year,
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients,
for our elders,
for ourselves, for you, for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Convened after the break, and we're on to public comment. And I'd like to start in room. And those that are on the phone or Zoom, to get in the queue, you can press raise hand, or on the telephone, *9.
My name is Bree Clotter. I live in Redwood Valley. I serve on the board of the Redwood Valley County Water District, and I'm also an alternate member of the IWPC. My comments are in response to Supervisor Gurgey's memo that was included in the meeting packet. And as I understand it, and based on that memo and what I've been listening to today, Mendocino County is going to be sunsetting a 3/8% of the 1.5% Measure B sales tax at the end of this year. The question at hand is, what do we do with those sunsetted funds? As I see it, the choice is threefold. We can allow the 3/8% sales tax to expire. We can use a portion of those sunsetted funds, 1/8%, to provide additional support to the county library and allow the balance of 1/4% to expire. And then the third is to use those sunsetted funds to support the needs of the fire departments and water departments throughout the county. I submit that using the sunsetting funds to support the existential needs of fire suppression and water reliability is more important at this point in time than providing additional funds to our library system. Specifically, I believe that the Board of Supervisors should support putting a measure on the ballot that would allow county residents to decide whether or not the 3/8% sunsetting funds from Measure B should be used to address fire and water issues in Mendocino County. Supervisor Gurgey raises several points in his argument that now is not the time for the Board of Supervisors to support a measure to transition a sales tax from a sunsetting Measure B to a sales tax for fire and water. Specifically, his first point was that it's too late to put this ballot on the measure. It's not too late to put this measure on the ballot. However, Supervisor Gurgey does raise some interesting concerns regarding process and timing. I wonder if when he was chatting with city council members in Fort Bragg and Willits, he asked how they felt their constituents would feel about providing additional funding for libraries, but nothing for fire and water. I attend the countywide drought task force meeting and regularly hear from communities up and down the county, on the coast and inland, about their dire water situation. I find it hard to believe that these committees would be opposed to having an opportunity to vote on whether or not to transition an existing tax on mental health to supporting water and fire concerns, while being asked at the same time to vote on additional funding for libraries. We simply can't afford to wait an additional 2 years to put this question to the voters. His second point is that it's the wrong moment. This is a difficult argument to make, as Supervisor Gurgey seems to be twisting together several different issues.
Try to wrap up. We're at 3 minutes.
Okay, let's be clear. If no measures are placed on the ballot, then sales taxes go down by 3.38%, thereby addressing his concerns about inflation and recession. However, in the same paragraph, he's advocating for a continuation of an 8% sales tax, but letting the % sales tax sunset. I advocate for letting the entire 3.8 sales tax stay on the books and apply those funds to fire and water. Trying to tie this discussion to the Federal Reserve banking system seems somewhat misleading and irrelevant. The next point is the wrong pathway to the ballot, and I won't argue that point. My only comment is that residents of this county are all concerned about fire safety and water reliability, as well they should be. If residents were asked to provide feedback on their preferences for a ballot measure for libraries, fire, or water, I wonder what their response would be in order of priority of funding. I've always supported libraries. However, now is not the time to play with discussions about proper pathways when our county is struggling with the existential needs regarding fire and water. I have a real problem with prioritizing support for libraries while kicking down the road.
Just out of general fairness, we're going to have to wrap up.
Okay.
We're over.
Okay.
But thank you.
Chair Jordy, members of the board, Patrick Hickey, SEIU Local 1021. I think we just saw what the problem is with this initiative. It's going to be combative and conflictual. We as a chapter have been working on helping collect signatures for the library. As you all are probably all aware, Measure A is going to be sunsetting the 1/8 sales tax. That was approved by voters at a 75% support rate. The support for our libraries in this county are great, but also, as the previous speaker mentioned, people have concerns about fire safety and water. We need to work together. We can't be fighting each other, because if we fight each other, both initiatives are going to fail. What I would propose, our chapter hasn't taken a position on this because it's not clear what is actually going to be determined by the board. But what I would propose is that the board consider a 1/4 cent sales tax that would be split between water and fire. The board, the library, Friends of the Library, will be submitting their signatures next week, and they have more than enough signatures to get it on the ballot. So their initiative will be on the ballot before this board's able to place this effort on the ballot. So if we can do it together and work together and make sure that between the two efforts, it doesn't increase local sales tax, the chances of both of them being successful and the groups working together that are working for both of these efforts are going to be much higher. Just another concern that you all should consider, and maybe you've heard from the city of Fort Bragg already, they're looking at putting a sales tax initiative on their city ballot. which may bump us up against the ceiling for sales taxes, which could also gum things up. They're looking at a sales tax that would be put toward workforce housing. You heard from Sarah McCormick this morning. So that's, again, the needs of our community are much greater than our resources. So you all have a very challenging job to determine how best to spread those as thinly and as effectively as possible. But you know, the hundreds of people that have been working with the Friends of the Library to get this on the ballot are going to be continuing to work to get it passed. Our libraries are the excellent institutions they are because of those Friends groups. They've brought in huge amounts of money to support our libraries, way above and beyond what the county supplies in terms of library funding. This is another effort on their part to keep that funding available because the libraries are such an essential community resource. So again, what I would urge everyone involved in this discussion to do is to look at how we work together. All these issues are important. The community wants all these things to move forward. So let's figure out a way to do it together. Thank you.
Question for Patrick.
Sorry, I knew we had another library representative in the audience, and I wasn't sure if you maybe you're able to answer. The library initiative sunsets in 2027, and the library initiative that would be put on the ballot for November is an increase in that to improve or to include capital improvements. What made the Library Advisory Board decide to go to the ballot to the voters this year instead of closer to the sunset?
You know, I wasn't involved at the very early part of that effort. I think they wanted to make sure that they had plenty of time to have that discussion, and since they're a completely voluntary effort, they weren't sure how long it was going to take or what the effort would entail. So they wanted to make sure that that happened soon. You probably have, if you haven't, you certainly can hear from your cultural service agency managers about the pressing needs that the libraries have for deferred maintenance. A lot of their roofs are well past needing to be replaced, as is true for many of the county's facilities. But since they don't get as much support as they might otherwise get from the general fund, they were looking for alternatives as a way to make sure that those facilities are maintained so that their books and their equipment and all that sort of thing is protected. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Chair Williams, thank you, Board. My name is Janet Pauley. I chair the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. We're a joint powers authority whose member agencies include Mendocino County Water Agency, the City of Ukiah, Potter Valley Irrigation District, the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District, and Redwood Valley County Water District. We were formed in 1996 to protect the Potter Valley Project diversion, which provides the main water supply for Lake Mendocino, and therefore all of our member agencies and beyond. We've also been the non-federal local sponsor with the Army Corps of Engineers to complete a feasibility study to raise Coyote Valley Dam. Currently, we're in a process initiated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, directing PG&E to surrender the Potter Valley Project license. And we are also in a process that will begin shortly in 2023 to reinvigorate the Coyote Valley Dam feasibility study with the Army Corps of Engineers. We are now bound by two federal processes that are out of our control, but to which we must react and be engaged in, or we will not have a voice in directing the future of our water supply reliability in the Russian River Basin and Mendocino County. I'm here to speak to these two critically important and urgent funding needs. 3 years ago, we could not have anticipated what we're facing today. We have a budget for our funding needs for IWPC. I can't address other drought-related water supply funding requirements in the county or fire and emergency services funding needs, but it seems clear to me that between the droughts and fires we have recently experienced, we should be prioritizing fire and water funding needs. The request for funding by IWPC is not a forever tax. It is bridge funding to help us get the information we need to form a regional entity that will be able to self-fund a sustained revenue stream based on monetization of the water supply from the Potter Valley Project used by the people who directly benefit from the water. The county's primary role is, and I think Supervisor Williams said this very clearly, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its residents. We have to be nimble enough to react to changing conditions, especially when those changing conditions are directly impacting our water supply, our safety, and our economy. And therefore, I strongly support the measure to be placed on the November ballot to help us fund these critical and quickly changing threats to our water supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Bisson-Savoy, and I'm the president of the Ukiah Valley Friends of the Library, and I was quite active on the committee for the advisory initiative for the library to put it on the ballot. We got together quite an army of volunteers and went out and got a lot of petitions. And what we heard over and over again was as long as it wasn't going to raise the taxes, people were going to be okay with it. So I agree totally with Patrick, and I ask you to please seriously consider, you don't have your ducks all in a row here yet as to what you're going to do with the fire and the water money. But if you went with 0.25 of a request, it would give you the framework that you need. And then you can have some wins. I also think that that's very important going forward. I live in a rural area. I have a fire hydrant at the end of my driveway that is dry because the water project was never finished. So I'm sympathetic, believe me, and I actually would probably vote for it no matter what. But I really do believe that the libraries are very important, and part of what we're trying to do is to set aside capital for the buildings and for the futures. We recently did a needs analysis, which Mo was involved in, and she knows that the current library in Ukiah is way too small, and this has been known for years, and there's no plan to address it. So it all goes over to the sort of idea of we need some strategic plans for a lot of things in the county: ambulances, fire, water, and the libraries. So thank you very much, and I appreciate what you guys are doing and all the hard work you've put into it. And I really appreciate the time that Mo and Glenn McGordy spent speaking with me individually. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Dorn. I came to the board a few weeks ago and addressed you, and my sole issue is pointed at my concern about the loss of the Potter Valley Project, the water from the Eel River. And I appreciate that a few weeks ago there was a headline and that the board had discussed the issue, and I believe there was 2 board members that said we would vote with it, but we would like to see it come from the grassroots. I understand that. I'm learning a lot this afternoon. I truly am the new kid on the block here. I mean, there's people like Janet Polly and Devin Bohr who've been involved with this for a long time, and people in all the different water districts. My concern is that something happens, and I'm learning also this afternoon that there is a real time issue. I mean, I've been thinking, oh, okay, we have until November to get this on the ballot. Wrong. Whatever it's going to take to get it on the ballot, and of course not increasing the taxes. And I am willing to be devoted to participating on the grassroots effort if there's time in this, and maybe they can be simultaneously, and if it has to come from the Board of Supervisors because of timing and there's not enough time to bring it from the grassroots. I'm jealous of the Friends of the Library. I mean, what a great job they've done, and I wish we would have started this a long time ago. But the loss of water, it'd be devastating for all the reasons that I've stated in the past. And of course, I realized minus the revenue that would come into the general county from sales tax that would affect all of the county, that the water districts on the coast, they aren't directly going to benefit from it. But again, whatever I can do to participate to help, I want to. I just care about the county and this need for water. So thank you.
That's the kind of offer we want to hear. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Guinness McFadden. I live in Potter Valley, and I'm on the Potter Valley Irrigation District. I'm not here as a spokesman for them, but I think they agree with my contention about what's going on. No matter what happens today, I'm encouraged by the fact that this issue, the irrigation with Potter Valley, is being brought forward to you in a way that I hope is impressive. There's some misstatements of facts. For example, Potter Valley Irrigation District has been paying for water for over 80 years. It hasn't been free, as has been said by numerous people. We've been paying. It's a 100-year-old system that was put in by our predecessors in interest with horses and teams, and is pretty efficient and does an excellent job. We don't pay as much as Ukiah or Willits or Fort Bragg, but as Mr. McGordy said, there are things that have to be done to that water that don't have to be done to the Potter Valley water. I respect Mr. Jurdy. I read his memo. Two things. He said today that if there's a problem in any part of Mendocino County, it's a problem for the whole county. Aha. That might cause to be bitten out him a little bit, because I realized what happened when they put Lake Mendocino together. The county had it to a vote, and the coast said, why should we vote to spend money for the inland people? And they didn't. And Sonoma County got the water. So that's an issue. That's a problem. We've got to figure out a way how we can blend the wishes of both sides of the mountain. And there's one other thing I'd like to gently remind Mr. Jurdy about. Last summer, when the trucks were leaving this part of the county, taking water over to the coast because the coast was running out of water, what he ought to do is look at the West Fork of the Russian River right now. And that's what the river will look like if somehow we don't get it together as a unit, as a group, as neighbors, as county members, and the people who depend on the water to the south of us to save the Potter Valley project. It's important for the whole county. Thanks.
Well, I was going to say good afternoon, but I guess good evening, board. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And first, I just want to echo some of the comments by all speakers today. I mean, this is frustrating that we're sort of in this conversation again, making this sort of coastal versus inland or cause versus cause. There's always going to be various needs out there. I think this is a critical time. If we look back as statements have been made the last 5 years with fire, obviously that's at the forefront of people's minds right now. Water supply going into a third year no matter where you're at in this county. And we have membership throughout the county. So I am vested in looking at water security, water supply from inland to the coast, north to south. So one thing to point out, though, that, you know, is representing Farm Bureau, people often don't think about the investment that's made by the agricultural community into water infrastructure. We don't pay a monthly water bill. We pay it up front by the millions of dollars when we have to develop offstream ponds, when we have to improve offstream ponds, when we have to put in liners, when we have to go for water rights amendments. If anybody's ever gone through a water right amendment, planned for 20 years and several $1 million in attorney's fees to do so. And some of them take 20 years and they never get accomplished. So I don't want to create this sort of user versus user debate. I don't want to create this coastal versus inland debate. This is a county-wide issue. Just like we've talked about for an hour on EMS, water and fire is not going to be specific to each individual district that you represent. This is, again, taking off your hat and looking at a county-wide perspective. So we don't have a solid proposal in front of us yet. I do like what Supervisor Mulhern has presented in terms of a concept of looking at how do we take this funding mechanism and distribute it and work. I mean, yes, I invested in the Potter Valley project. You know, I stated this 2 weeks ago, I'll state it again. Look at the economic driver for this county. How many individuals in Supervisor Haschak's district work in Ukiah? How many individuals in the 5th district work in Ukiah? This is an economic driver that provides tax base, whether that's tax from sales tax, tax from coming from property tax, employment benefits, those multipliers, that farm gate value. That all goes back to the county into the general fund. That can get allocated for road projects. That gets allocated back for public safety. So I don't want to see that dispersed and not paid attention to. If we lose the economic driver in the inland part of this county, it will affect every district. So those are facts that should be considered in this conversation. And I do encourage you to look at how we can together fund fire and water projects in this county.
Good evening, Board. I spoke with you last month. I'll remind you, my name is Dave Latouf. I'm Chief with Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department. And just to circle back on that note, I want to let you know that every fire agency except Fort Bragg responds to every medical call, every ambulance call. I'm also the current president representing the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. I was on the TOT ballot resolution, and I want to remind everybody that the voters did vote for all of that funding going to fire. So please forgive me if I am rehashing some of the remarks from the last item. You're all aware that EMS in this county is failing, the model is failing. All fire agencies that are mostly volunteer are filling in the EMS void. There's 60 to 80% of their calls are connected to that. EMS and fire response go hand in hand and provide for the emergencies involving both the residents and visitors of this county. Actual fire responses are the least service called upon. However, fires are fearful and dangerous events that require expensive equipment, highly trained personnel, costly infrastructure to house them. Local fire agencies are in need of secure revenue streams. The county contributes some funding. The remaining gap is filled by local property tax, barbecues, and bake sales. It's not sustainable. I'm asking the board to look to the future to increase funding for fire agencies by providing secure, dedicated revenue streams. This board has options to achieve this goal. A sales tax may be one way, but there may be other avenues. However, a dedicated funding stream needs to be found and is long overdue. These are big challenges for this board. If or when a sales tax is chosen to be placed on the ballot, fire should be part of the ballot measure language in a neutral way. This may be the right time or it may not. Again, a board decision, but the fire funding distribution mechanism is in place. All citizens first need to feel secure with food, shelter, and safety before they can enjoy any other kind of leisure activities. Fire, EMS are a large part of the foundation for our county residences and visitors to feel secure. In closing, there's a great need in this county to initiate secure, dedicated revenues for fire. This issue has been kicked down the road for years. You have an opportunity. The time to act is now. All board members need to realize that this is an urgent priority. That's all my remarks. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tamara Alaniz, Brook Trails Township Community Services District. I would like to start by saying that the Brook Trails Township Board of Directors did talk about this item at their last meeting. We were very interested in both providing feedback to this board and also offering assistance and participation in the process. So I would like to thank Supervisor Mulherin for what I think is representative of a very good start for the ballot language. I think that what we've heard time and time again today is that we want the board to take this seriously. And I think what my board of directors has said and what I think we've seen today is that this board is taking it seriously. So I would encourage you to continue to do so. The Brook Trails Board does support the institution of a ballot measure to continue the 3/8 cent sales tax and share those funds between fire and water purposes. We do hope that there won't be delay in getting the information to you so that you can make this decision in July. Thank you.
I do have a question for Chief Latouf. Sorry I was slow. If you wouldn't mind coming back up. And the question is, I don't know where the board will take this today, but if there is a proposal, and the one that seems to be most likely is Supervisor Mulhern's, there's a question about how to divide the funds. And I'm hesitant to use the 172 because I don't know that the public can grasp what 172 funds are. And the explanation involves a long series of events that got us here. I'm wondering, as the president of the Fire Chiefs Association, do you believe the chiefs would support using the TOT formula? Because we could reference the exact language that was already passed by voters and explain in the effort to pass it that it's the same as the existing campground TOT, just an additional stream. And I guess part two, maybe you want the second question. Are you committed to getting the fire chiefs together in short time? We may, if we move forward, we're going to have some back and forth more often than a monthly meeting.
Well, to the first question, we've been pretty amiable about the funding coming our way. We see it as whatever we're getting is beneficial. My gut feeling is that the chiefs will be satisfied with the TOT formula.
Okay. And are you willing to take that back to them? If not, we may give direction today and be able to tune it when it comes back, if it comes back. But we're going to need a close partnership with the Chiefs Association. And I'm not trying to steer it in any particular direction. I just want to make sure that going forward we have regular communication.
The next Chiefs meeting is July 13th in Mendocino. Is that too late?
Probably. I think you would need to call a special meeting or have the chiefs authorize you to speak on their behalf.
Well, I'll certainly put it out in an email to the chiefs. Perhaps you can get me the question wording a little more fine-tuned sooner than later, and I'll get that out.
Thank you. Yeah. If that's all the comment, one more in room.
I apologize. I may or may not have broken several traffic laws getting here in time. But my name is Phil Williams. Mr. Chair, Ms. Mulhern, and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I serve as Special Water Counsel for the City of Ukiah, but I want to be clear that I'm offering my comments in my personal capacity as a father and community member here. Recently moved here in the past few years, albeit my experience is largely informed through my experience as Water Council and many of the related issues, especially fire, given the past decade we've had in the state. And I applaud the leadership and vision in identifying a need regarding fire and water and approaching the voters of our community with an opportunity to fund those needs. I believe we face the challenges we do precisely because of a lack of vision and leadership from the past. We have inherited a legacy of dereliction. The vision this approach takes reflects a welcome rejection of that legacy. We ought to be asking our neighbors to give more for our collective future, and we ought not to be afraid of their answer. As Abraham Lincoln would often say, trust the people, they will point the way. And just touching on this, right, I would suggest that again, just as a member of this community, the choice between libraries, a healthy library system, which I have 2 young children who love going to a library. I'm all in improving that system. But the choice between a healthy library system and a healthy fire escape or healthy water escape in this county, I'm sorry, that's a false choice, and it reflects shockingly myopic thinking. My counsel is that any suggestion for a sales tax ought to be for a specific tax. Such an approach not only demonstrates to the voters that our leaders have gone through the thoughtful exercise of identifying a specific need, but it also provides necessary accountability for those funds if they are approved by the voters. I will defer to your leadership as to how best those funds may be directed, obviously, but offer the following thoughts. I've worked with the U.S. Forestry Service on many issues regarding the WUI, the wildland-urban interface, and I have seen firsthand how certain mitigation measures in that space have profound impacts on the fire escape around communities and profound positive impacts. Related to water, I would suggest to you that the coming challenges our community will face from climate change and reoperations of the Potter Valley Project, we would be very well served by a focus on developing and securing a reliable water supply. Perhaps that is raising Coyote Valley Dam, though I would suggest that may better be accomplished through bonding. Or perhaps it is increased water recycling capability or improved groundwater development, and I mean actual groundwater development. An important additional consideration has to be the profound income and wealth disparity we experience in this county. Any additional tax must not only be proportional to the benefit provided, but it must also reflect this income disparity. Scripture counsels that to whom much has been given, even more shall be required. Those of us, and I include myself, who are financially more fortunate in this county should willingly shoulder more of the financial burden of lifting our county up and advancing it forward. And I will tell you that I'm fully committed to that. And finally, as to the politics and in instilling our community the need to begin to break the myopic patterns of the past and securing for our children and ourselves a brighter future for our county, I leave that in your entirely capable hands. Thank you for your service to our community and for your consideration of my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to go to online comment. The first is Ed O'Brien.
I think I'm unmuted.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your efforts. I'm going to make it very quick. I really enjoyed listening to Jen Banks explaining the situation in the county. I do believe that we are in trouble with fire as well as water here on the coast. I think that the proposal by the supervisor from Ukiah is a good solution, 60% for fire, 40% for water. I think that there is no choice. We have to work on the emergencies first. I think the luxuries do come later, and as much as I love libraries, they are more of a luxury. I thank you very much for your attention.
Ben McMillan.
Ed, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to join in and not join in so far, but participate in what I consider to be a really important and dialogue that's occurred today. So thank you for that opportunity, and thank you for the depth of your discussion. I'm with, first of all, my name is Ben McMillan, and I'm with the Fire Districts Association as well as the Elk Community Services District. The thoughts that I'm about to give are my own personal ones, because I really haven't had a time to reach out to all of our member districts for their collective input. So what you're hearing from me is me. I started preparing for today's brief presentation with a plan to advocate for fire agencies' needs. These are needs you've all heard repeated many times and you mostly agree with. So today I changed the tack, and I decided to urge you to rethink and change the focus. Instead of saying fire needs a big pot of money to handle ongoing shortfalls, I believe we should be saying EMS needs a big pot of money to provide life-saving emergency responses and to not fail in this task. I've been involved with fire and EMS public service for 18 years now. It began with a 911 emergency call. First responders and EMTs and an ambulance responded. A CalStar flight to the closest hospital and a life-saving ER treatment. And finally, I had a triple bypass heart surgery. I owe my life to the people, resources, and the organization of this EMS system. I want it to succeed in every case with every patient. Now, years later, serious problems plague our ambulance responses throughout the whole county. These problems are worsening. They're not getting better. Ambulance services are a canary in the coal mine. 60 to 70% of all fire agency 911 dispatches are emergency medical calls. Providers of these emergency responses are experiencing the same funding and staffing problems facing ambulance providers. They're just not yet as visible. Rather than saying fire needs money, change the narrative to EMS needs to stay alive so you can stay alive. EMS can't be allowed to fail. Funding is critically needed to shore up EMS services throughout the county. Yes, a sales tax can be an avenue to capture additional funds, but another is to consider shifting allocations of existing public safety funding to cover these unmet county responsibilities. This, I believe, is a choice for you as leaders of our county. Fire is a major player in providing EM services, needs the county to step up and provide funding to meet its obligations, its EMS obligations, no matter what the source. Fire agencies don't want to find ourselves in a squabble, pitted against other entities seeking support through the ballot process. We want to continue providing and improving our emergency response capabilities, not get into a fray. The overwhelming majority of fire agency functions and staffing resources are directed to fulfilling an obligation of the county. We're doing it because it's our duty to protect the lives, safety, and property of our community members and visitors. And we've chosen to include medical aid when at all possible. The obligation remains the county's.
Thank you.
Now, to kind of summarize, I'm certain I've taken some editorial liberties for emphasis, but not knowingly incorrect. I haven't recommended a course of action for a possible sales tax because I believe this is a hard choice for you as a board to make, not ours. Thank you, and thank you for making the difficult choices. That's it. Any questions?
Not seeing any questions. Next, we have Peter McNamee.
Good afternoon, board members. I have to say that it's difficult for everyone, I think, to really focus on a wise policy to follow in regard to what's been presented to you today. What I think the testimony from people in the audience and those online have already alluded to is that we lack a lot of important information about what our situation is and what's the appropriate response to that situation. In many cases, having a lack of good information tends to produce the bad outcome of people being suspicious that what we're doing is attempting a quick and dirty solution to a problem, and that it will ultimately end up eroding the public's confidence in the overall quality of government in our county. And so I would suggest to you that you have a difficult situation, and that difficult situation is, I think there's general agreement that we have unmet needs in the county. What's not been really fleshed out is how the county and the people in the county need to prioritize how those needs need to be met. The second question I think that you have that's equally at issue here is whether or not a sales tax is really the appropriate funding mechanism. And I think there are serious questions about equity issues in regard to that several people have already raised. Unfortunately, sales taxes are a regressive tax. They fall the heaviest upon those who have to spend the bulk of their income on just supporting themselves, rather than requiring those who benefit the most from the services that government generates as a result of those goods and services being delivered, paying the cost and bearing the burden of the benefit that they receive. And so with those things in mind, I would say that it's premature to move forward on this kind of proposal being before the voters in November. Unfortunately, I think what would happen is that you're liable to see a vote that's uninformed. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to that issue today.
Kyle Farmer.
This is Ron Edwards. Are you wanting me to speak now?
I think Kyle dropped off. Ron Edwards, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, board. And I'll keep this short, is that I really see your frustration in having to deal with these difficult issues. I appreciate Supervisor Haschek on not wanting to spend $5,000 on a survey. And the frustration is that I see that this is really the most important issue facing the county, fire and water. Yet, the turnout is hard for you guys to really get a feel. Where if we were talking about expanding cannabis, you had 200 speakers show up. And I don't know what it will take to get that kind of buy-in and feedback from the general public. I'm just pleading to the public to pay attention, to help you guys make a decision, because this is way more important than the cannabis issue. Thank you.
Kyle Farmer.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, everybody kind of said everything already. I am a firefighter out here in Potter Valley, and I could really back Ted up with his depressing avoid the death spiral approach to this question. I think that's one of the reasons why this isn't probably going to be. It's going to really take some leadership on. People's eyes kind of start getting heavy when you start trying to talk to them about. So I guess I appreciate everything everybody said today. I appreciate what Ted had to say. This is not going to be something that's going to get people really excited, because it's really just an existential question about how do we keep on moving forward? How do we make sure our kids have a future here? How do we make sure our kids' teachers choose to stay here? Because as our water situation is now, our community members are questioning whether or not it's the right place to be. So avoid the death spiral.
Linda Bailey.
Hello, my name is Linda Bailey. I just want to add to my less than eloquent early morning comments on the phone-in. And I'd just like to point out that when the county library budget increases, so does what the library give to the general fund, because the county chooses to impose A87 costs on the library system. And in recent years, that has been in excess of $300,000 a year directly from the library into the general fund. I totally support Supervisor Jurdy's comments and also those of Jim Shields. Thank you.
And I want to respond to that one. I don't know that this board has control of the A87 situation. A87 refers to an IRS circular, and it's really
voluntary for the county. The county is not required to charge the library.
Well,
IRS only applies to federal grants and also to state. It is totally within the discretion of the Board of Supervisors.
We can't turn it into a discussion now. I'd be happy for it to come back and maybe county council could highlight. But my point is, I don't think it's the Board of Supervisors. I think it's between the auditor, the IRS, and our library. And if it were as easy as a vote by the board, I would sponsor it. But let's hold that for when it's agendized properly. Next speaker, we have call-in user 7. Can you state your name for the record?
I guess it's me. My name is Michael Schaefer. I'm your 5th District representative to the lab, but I also have over 20 years of trying to raise money for fire departments. So I've got lots of hats in this situation. I think the things I want to emphasize to you is one, look at the past, and the Board of Supervisors doesn't have a good track record of putting general sales taxes on the ballot. Measure C failed. The first iteration of the camping TOT tax failed, and only was rescued when it was attached to an advisory indicating that money would be spent by fire departments. And you know, it was concerning earlier when you talked about having a general sales tax and thinking about allocating those dollars later for other purposes. And I was glad, you know, Supervisor Williams, you rose to the defense of that, but at the same time, the advisory measure that was passed along with the cannabis tax indicated that 50% of those taxes would go to 4 designated areas, and not a penny has gone to any of them. And yet the cannabis taxes have I think, cumulatively been over $10 million. Anyway, that's my main point that I want to make is that the library tax initiative will be certified by the county and will be on the ballot, no matter what you decide to do. And it'll be the only measure on the ballot, unless you change your mind from what Supervisor Mulhern was proposing, where the money will actually go guaranteed to what the voters think it's going to go to. And that's going to be an important distinction that we're going to be sure to raise in a campaign, because we want the voters to know where the money is going to go. And if the Board of Supervisors goes ahead and puts this measure on the ballot, just your doing that is not going to get success, as you know, the failures of Measure C and the first TOT tax should show you. You're going to need to get the fire people and the water people to spend the tens of thousands of dollars that the library supporters are going to spend to get the message in front of the voters. And I think you've heard our case a little bit by, you know, saying that you're going to just take up the 3/8 of a cent that's, you know, left over from the sunset of Measure B, because that was our line and we've been using it since January. But we'll compete with you, and we'll I think I'm much surer of our victory than I am of yours. And so please don't put a half-baked measure on. I would encourage you to put an advisory measure with it that spells out what you're going to do and commits you to to how you're going to be spending that money instead of just a general blurb in the ballot. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any final public comment? Anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to? Okay, it's back to the board. Oh, 3 voicemails. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Short. This is regarding agenda item 4D. I feel our county libraries are a precious resource for everyone, and that another sales tax ordinance on the same ballot will undermine, even sabotage, our opportunity to securely fund our libraries for the future. But if in the future there is to be another sales tax ordinance about fire safety and water projects, that this ordinance needs to clearly state what projects will be funded and who will benefit from those funds. Thank you.
Hello, I am Rosamond Crowder, and this is a comment on item 4D. I live in Ridgewood Park between Willits and Ukiah. I'm completely in agreement with Supervisor Jurdy that now is not the time to submit a sales tax initiative to voters in November. It's already a hard time for people with the cost of everything going up so much. It's so important that the county does not try to compete with voters for funding. Our county libraries are one of the few free services people have. Playing on people's fear of fire and water scarcity is uncalled for. I am particularly disturbed at the suggestion that sales tax revenue be used for the Potter Valley project. The irrigation district can raise funds by means of a benefit assessment district, so those who benefit are the ones providing funds. Keep in mind that Potter Valley residents have had access to unbelievably low-cost water for many decades. The beneficiaries could have been raising funds all these years by charging more for the water or having a surcharge. They can still charge more for the water now. Asking the public to fund this project that benefits a few landowners is not appropriate. I feel similarly about using sales tax revenue to fund trucking water to the coast. Communities on the coast have grown beyond their means of water production and need to fund water projects themselves. There are many other sources of revenue for fire departments and water projects. Our county museum is in danger of being closed. Sales tax revenue could keep all the money invested in this institution from going to waste. This is a use I, as a voter, could get behind, as long as I could also vote for the library initiative and not raise sales tax above the 3/8%. I am dubious that an advisory board could have any influence on county allocations. We have seen how the cannabis tax did not go to any of the suggested uses. I served on an advisory board for solid waste and watched how none of our recommendations were followed, even though our board had consensus. Please abandon this ordinance at this time, or at the very least, only ask for 1/8% so it does not compete with the library initiative. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
My name is Ellen Drell, and this comment is regarding item 4D on Wednesday, June 8th board meeting. I urge the board not to put this additional sales tax ordinance on this November's ballot for all the reasons cited in the Citizens Committee for the Library letter and in Supervisor Jurdy's memo. Also, it's abundantly clear from the staff report that the board is a very long way from having a sales tax measure ready for the ballot. There is no clear purpose stated. There are no specific projects described. There is no funding target. There are no stated benefits. and there's been no public outreach. County staff is asking for guidance on many of these basic ideas. But how can the board possibly give guidance before any of this has been discussed openly with the public? I urge the board to follow the example of the Citizens Committee for the Library and do the proper groundwork first before asking the public for money. In the meantime, please don't jeopardize the support for the public's libraries. Thank you.
Is that all of the voicemails? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, the comment was made a couple times about the cannabis tax not going to those items that it was supposed to, but it could be argued that that cannabis tax is going to all of those items that it's supposed to. So we just aren't tracking it like we should be, but it's certainly being spent there. If you look at the big picture of this, we have Measure A, which is generating 1/8 of a cent right now. And we have Measure B, which is generating 4/8 of a cent in tax. So between those two, right now, we have 5/8 of a cent tax. You know, if like what Mr. Hickey said, and we're trying to be collaborative on this, and we look at the good work that the library people have done to collect signatures, and that energy that people, the passion for keeping the libraries open and doing the essential work that's needed for them. And then we look at what needs to be done for fire, which we all realize is a critical issue, and water, which I think people really need to be educated, and we do need to have a real plan going forward with it. So if I look at the 5/8, and that would be keeping status quo going forward, if you take that 5/8, 1/8 of it is going to go to Measure B and continue on. The library wants that 1/8 to go up to 2/8, 1/4. And so that would be for the libraries, that's 3/8. And then we add another 1/8 for fire, and we use that Prop 172 format. And then we have 1/8 for water. And that's kind of the difficult one because we don't have a real tangible plan at this point. But I think that and I don't know if County Council, this is just totally crazy, but somehow we could have a meeting with the people who are doing the library tax, and Supervisor McGordy and I could keep working on the water issue and what we could do with that, and possibly using this format that Supervisor Mulhern used, but also creating the water agency too, or something that's going to be the face and provide that technical assistance for a lot of the water agencies. And I think 1/8 of the tax would generate about $1 million a year. So I don't know if at this time in the process that we can have that kind of meeting with the library people and try to figure out something that's a joint effort, because I think that working together we could get this passed. I think competing, we're putting everything in jeopardy.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to Supervisor Haschak's comments, I don't know. I'm not, and I apologize. It may be just that it's getting a little bit late, but I'm not entirely sure that I followed all of the threads of that. So I'd ask: is your thought that essentially you'd put this process on hold until you had a chance to have some sort of a meeting with the proponents for the library tax measure and the full board? Is that?
Yeah, it would be, and also, I'm thinking that the library, when they get the citizens initiative, it will be a 50% threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we went with this proposal of 1/8 here, 1/8 there, would that generate the 2/3, or can we still do that advisory? And
So, first of all, just with respect to the timeline, I do want to be clear. Supervisor Mulhern had asked earlier, and I did track down the specific dates. You do need to have the ordinance and the resolution ready for the elections official by August 12th. And Katrina would, Assessor Clerk Recorder Bartolome would very much appreciate it if we would provide it by August 2nd, because they do need some lead time with respect to getting some of their materials together. So you could delay, but I will just say that doesn't leave a whole lot of time to actually do some of the drafting and the work that my office would need to do to get this together once we've got the direction. With respect to your second question, if you did 50-50, if you simply had a total of a quarter-cent tax, there's a few ways you could do that. You could do that as a special tax and say that it is dedicated exclusively to fire or water, in which case it does trigger the 2/3 threshold. You can do it as a general tax, in which case legally there is no prohibition on the board repurposing it for any legitimate county purpose. It would go into the general fund, in which case it remains at the 50% threshold. That really depends on the choices that this board makes in how you decide to structure it. And then the additional choice that you'd have there is if you're keeping it in the quarter-eighths increments, the question I would have is essentially, do you want that as two separate taxes, which would mean there would be a total of 3 measures if you can count the library advisory or the library proposal, but you'd have 2 different tax measures that you are putting on the ballot, or would you want that consolidated into one and simply have a matter that then could be divided by the board later?
what I was thinking was a consolidated one where we're working with the library, the Friends of the Libraries, and putting them all together.
Sorry, do you mean include the library proposed tax all as one?
Right, and that's why we'd have to meet with them and
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize, I misunderstood the question. Short answer there is you probably don't have time for that. If they were willing to drop their proposal, which I understand is qualified, then conceptually this board could put a single tax on that might be sort of funding 3 different purposes. I need to analyze that a little bit more. That might be a possibility, but from their perspective, I don't know that there'd be a whole lot of reason to drop, if they already have the signatures, which I think was what was represented, to sort of drop it at this point in the process. And quite frankly, I don't know that there would be enough time to circulate a petition to get, and this board also could not initiate the process of circulating a petition to have a citizens initiative that would be encompassing all 3 topics.
No, I wasn't talking about us circulating a citizens initiative at this time. I was just thinking if the board took it over with agreement and collaboration by the library people.
Supervisor Mulhern, is it a follow-up question? No. Okay. Supervisor Haschak, I don't think the library folks will want to give up their qualifying initiative because right now they're in need of a 50% to pass, and it's for a specific purpose. Whereas if we were to take it over with their cooperation, either it would be 2/3 for a specific purpose, or it would no longer be a specific purpose. But the cooperation is noted. I appreciate the direction you're going of trying to find an answer that works for everyone. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really do think that we have an urgent need to fund fire and water issues in our community. And, to Supervisor Jardy's memo during the break, I did look at both Measure B and Measure G were ballot measures that were put on the board or on the ballot by the Board of Supervisors. And they were both in July, according to the public record. Obviously, Supervisor Jardy was there. I was not. I really think that we have an urgent need for these climate action initiatives and that we should let the voters decide whether or not they feel the same way that we do. And I don't want to, by any means, take away from the hard work that the libraries have done. I think that it's very important. But I do think that there's an urgency for this board to move forward with putting a ballot initiative on the November ballot.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to make some constructive observations. One is I want to thank all the speakers in the comments. And just one comment that Ben McMillan, I always listen to his counsel. One of his comments was maybe don't restrict this to the previous funding formulas for fire, because it's really both fire and emergency services that go most closely hand in hand. And that was the discussion we just had in the immediate prior agenda items. So I think for two reasons, it would be a mistake for you to put the ballot measure on citing the previous formula. One, because you'd be then again in a position where an emerging issue, both for the public and for policymakers, of how do you fully fund a sufficient emergency services system if every time we have a tax, we exclude it from the advisory. So I think it would be a tactical mistake to exclude emergency services from any funding formula. Two, I just want everybody to think about this. With the 172 funds, the county, and I was a party to this before any of the rest of you were on the board, we agreed fundamentally it was wrong for the county all those years to take a sales tax that the state approved that was given to the county and not share it with the special districts. So we agreed with the fire departments that they should be made whole to the same extent as the county was being made whole. And I'm going to cite a number that's not precise, but let's say roughly the property tax that was shifted away from local governments that went to schools that then triggered Pete Wilson's proposal that resulted in 172, that sales tax equaled something like 75 cents on the dollar for what the county had lost in property taxes. And what we did is we said, we can't make you whole, fire districts, in the way you lost property tax as well, but we'll make you whole to the same extent that we're being made whole. So we dropped our share to, let's say, 70 cents on the dollar and gave them the difference so that they were made whole 70 cents on the dollar collectively. They then amongst themselves decided what they thought was an equitable way to distribute. They purposely wanted to lift up the smallest, most vulnerable fire departments. And since the money was going to the county, a separate allotment was directly going to the cities. There really wasn't a need for the county to negotiate or discuss this a whole heck of a lot with the cities because it was county money. The cities had their own allotment of 172 funds. Fast forward to the campground tax. We're collecting that campground tax from campgrounds that are in the county, not in the cities. So again, the formula we're using, not identical to 172, but similar, isn't really isn't proportional to the cities because the campgrounds are in the county and it's a county tax. Now the board's looking at a third funding mechanism, which I agree conceptually with, which is a sales tax to support fire and emergency services. The difference here is we're talking about, we can say it's an exchange for Measure B, and that's very true. Nevertheless, it is still a newly approved sales tax. And so the cities are going to see this as, well, okay, let's just say for sake of arguments, they're talking an eighth of a cent. They know exactly how much they would have collected with a different city-approved sales tax of an eighth of a cent in their city. So if we had a measure a formula where they were going to get, let's say, 25 cents on the dollar, they're not going to be too thrilled with that. Or if we use the 172 formula or we use the campground formula, because they're going to see so little return on that sales tax. So I really think that you don't want to box yourselves in with the formula that were used in the past because it's going to be seen as a different new funding source. And a lot of the money is going to come from within the cities, at least collected from within the cities. We could say it's a countywide tax. We do have the legal authority to put it on the ballot in the cities, but I think it's political folly to not be sensitive to the fact that those cities are going to be looking at, hey, wait a second, we could have repurposed a 1/8 cent sales tax or a 1/4 cent sales tax for something that really would have specifically benefited our city residents. And so voters are going to be looking at that too. So I think it would be a political mistake to box yourself in with those other formulas and to exclude emergency services from the eligible activities. And it kind of goes to the fact that we're discussing this really late in the game. I mean, this is a discussion that should have happened, could have happened months ago, and including the cities in the discussion. It's quite possible that at least one city manager, Sage, was involved, City of Ukiah. But that, I know for a fact, Fort Bragg and Willits city staff were not a party to any of these sales tax discussions, and 10 elected council members in Fort Bragg and Willits weren't as of yet. So maybe some of them are watching this meeting right now. So those are all things to think about in terms of flexibility and, in the language, and not lock yourself into a proportion that's going to be seen as inequitable to city voters and to the cities with this particular funding source. And then finally, I really think it's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way if the board puts a sales tax on the ballot that's in excess of 1/4 cent, because in 2019, not exactly this board, but the board, which is also the library board of directors, heard from the library advisory board that they were intending to go ahead with to renew a sales tax, which would include money for capital projects. And it was going to be 1/4 cent sales tax. And no one on this board in 2019 and 2020, 2021 ever put anything on this board's agenda to say, no, I'm not so sure about that. I think we ought to discuss this some more. Maybe it should be a 1/8 cent renewal and not a 1/4 cent sales tax. So it really does, it's going to strike a lot of people as an 11th hour reversal by this board if we put something on the ballot that's in excess of 1/4 cent. Because as Supervisor Hashak's trying to say is, if we put anything on above and beyond 1/4 cent, they have a ballot measure that's on 1/4 cent. Measure B is going to remain at 1/8. There's a total of 5/8 tax that's in effect right now. If after the election, there's a possibility that the tax goes up above and beyond 5/8, people will know that when they're voting, and it's going to engender fewer favorable votes for both tax measures that are on the ball. I don't think there's a high likelihood that this tax passes under the best of circumstances. If all five of us all endorse this tax, I don't know that it's going to pass. But I'm thinking there's so many pitfalls. I think it would be foolish not to try to at least address the pitfalls that we can see before this gets put on the ballot.
Dan, I hear you clearly that you're not in favor of this idea. And I'm trying to give weight to your view. Concern I have is we could have another mega fire. We are losing insurance coverage for houses every day in this county, which ultimately will hit the county's bottom line. A house that's not insurable, you can't close escrow where a loan is involved because you can't insure it, which means the assessment is less. That's the spiral down. Do you have another means to address these problems? I can't have my district going dry and tell people, well, I was afraid to put the funding source on the ballot. We didn't know if it would pass. The same with fire. I can't tell people they're losing their insurance or they don't have adequate fire protection or emergency medical response because we didn't at least ask. I don't know if it'll pass, but what other options do you see? Would you use county general fund?
I think I've said publicly before, I want to support a fire and emergency services sales tax. That was the next tax that I thought we would be pursuing after the library tax.
But seeing
I'm
that
surprised by.
Go ahead.
I'm just surprised by I never envisioned this board putting on a sales tax at the same time that the citizens were putting on the library tax, and we knew it was coming. It's not a surprise to us that this is happening. We're all aware. Yes, things have changed. And, we've all been busy, but I'm just saying this kind of planning, we should be able to carve out the time for it.
Dan, I don't disagree with that, but I think what's also caught us by surprise is an unprecedented drought. In fact, 3 in recent years. And it doesn't really, I mean, the board has no control of choreographing our tax measures with the climate. This is happening with or without us. We have a water problem that we can't solve today that will affect the entire county. I live on the coast. I can't say it won't affect me. The economic impact of losing water in any part of this county, ag being unviable, residents suffering and moving, it affects all of us. Fire and EMS I have in the same category, and I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of last season, we asked inland where for support to haul water. Where I'm outnumbered, there's 3 inland supervisors and 2 on the coast. And inland came through and said, of course, we got water moving. Part of that was to ensure the TOT and the sales tax would still be generated on the coast. But I think the larger component is we have county supervisors who saw it was the time for unity, for compromise, to rise to the occasion of being county supervisors and not district supervisors. They didn't want anyone going without water. And I don't see this as a library versus fire versus water. I think water security is a county issue, and it's our job to protect all economic drivers. And the time for leadership is now. So I'm open to other proposals for funding, but kicking it down the road and saying, well, in 2 years we can have another opportunity to consider it, I don't know what we would do for the next 2 years. I don't think we will be successful at getting an infusion of funds from the state if we don't have a plan. And unless we have funds, I don't see that plan coming together. I don't see an ad hoc of the Board of Supervisors writing a credible proposal to fund water projects in our county. Supervisor Mulhern? Withdrawn. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, going back to my breakdown of the eighths, is that I do think that we should not be going for more than the 5/8 overall. And that should include what the library people are doing. And so that would mean that because we would have 1/8 going to Measure B, which would continue, 2/8 going to the library, and then we'd have 2/8 for water and fire. And I think that if we proceed with anything, that's the maximum we should go for, because I don't want to increase any tax.
Supervisor Mulhern?
My concern with that, Supervisor Haschek, is it's once you break it down in that way, it's really not a lot of money for water and fire, especially considering we know, especially around water, those projects are incredibly expensive, and it will be great to have seed money to be able to get additional grants, but even then, it's really not a lot of money to spread throughout the county.
No, and what I see with the water is it has to be money to write the grants and those kind of things, because we do not have the money to do any of these projects, really, even at $1 million a year.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I think that I like the idea of trying to be collaborative, but quite honestly, $1 million for fire, EMS, and $1 million for water probably isn't really move the needle enough for us to be able to be successful, quite honestly. And I agree that, boy, this is way too late to be starting on something as big as this. But I also think that I agree with Supervisor Williams. You can't sit here and ignore this. I mean, public safety and water supplies are 2 things that people get kind of upset about if you're not providing them as a supervisor. And libraries are wonderful. I've spent a lot of my life in them, and I support them. But sometimes you got to make hard choices. This is one of those times. I would certainly wish them success, but I also wish us more success, because we can't let this slide. This is just too important for us not to take this opportunity to address what are really critical emergencies.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No matter what the sales tax that is put on the ballot, and we just no matter what level of sales tax, it won't be enough money by itself. So I think we could start from there. We should probably get more accurate numbers. I actually believe one eighth of a cent is closer to $1.5 million. So it might be helpful if someone from county staff could look it up. But I think it's much more closer to 1.5 than $1 million. Secondly, each of these services have other means of funding. We don't have time today, but just in the earlier discussion about Anderson Valley, I thought I heard that Laytonville voters have approved a parcel tax that helps pay for their ALS service. And I thought I heard in the discussion that Anderson Valley has not. Maybe working collaboratively with Anderson Valley over time, they could get a voter-approved parcel tax to provide some additional support if it turns out that these other funding streams that we're working on are not sufficient. We also heard, and it was somewhat dismissed, but I thought I heard from the Ukiah fire chief that reimbursement rates are looking like they're going to go from about $250 to about $750 for a transport. That's a threefold increase. So, I know we tend to see the glass half empty. I tend to see it half full. And, I don't think we should be looking for any one grant, any one funding source is going to solve any one problem. I think you work at problems over multiple years with multiple funding sources, and over time you make progress. I actually think we've made a tremendous amount of progress. I know we've got these demographic shifts where we've got people aging out of fire departments, so we don't have a lot of younger people in Mendocino County with the ability to afford to live here and to volunteer at fire departments. I know we have a structural issue there, but it is true that we've, from two different general fund funding sources, been able to come up with, at this point, $1.2 million a year in general fund contribution direct to the fire departments. We also have another $1.4 million that rarely gets discussed that this county provides in general fund subsidy for dispatch service for the fire departments. I was a fire board member at Fort Bragg and was unaware that the county was subsidizing it in that way, but it is a fact. So there's all sorts of ways that we can solve these problems. And I don't think putting on a 3/8 cent sales tax has much of any chance of success when they're going to see, I vote for, let's just say library tax is measure A, and let's say that this is measure B. People are going to see between the two, sales tax goes up. What are the chances that they both pass? I think it's pretty slim. I think if this board insists on going above a 1/4 cent, insists on making some structural problems in the advisory and how the money is allocated so that the cities don't feel it's within the realm of reason, I think those are two things right there that are going to hurt the initiative. And, I heard some encouraging suggestions from Supervisor Mulhern about a process that the water money could be divvied up in a way that people might trust. Again, I think trust is one of those things that's not easy to get, and especially when you're asking people to pay a tax. So I'm sad to say that I think when it comes to a tax, people really only need an excuse to vote no, and they need a compelling reason to vote yes. Everybody in the room can see a compelling reason to vote for all the taxes we discussed today, but the people that showed up today to talk about this issue are not necessarily the majority of the voters who are going to cast a ballot.
Supervisor Jurdy, if I've been on the losing end of votes plenty of times, and usually what I tell myself is the majority has spoken and it's time to come along with the board. If 3 or 4 decide to move forward with some type of sales tax, are you in a position to support the board, or are you going to campaign against? I think I'm asking not to shame you, but I think it's material to how the board moves forward, because it'll be difficult. But if we have one of the 5 of us is working against the board, it'll be even more challenging.
If it's 3/8, I'll definitely campaign against it. If it's 1/4, I'll be neutral. and maybe I'll support it. It really depends because we don't have enough details yet. I heard some promising comments today about on the water side where I have the concerns. So if we're focused on a 1/4 cent sales tax, I could support it. I don't know that there's no guarantee if all the 5 of us support it that it's going to pass. But if we can focus on a 1/4 cent sales tax, then I can pledge to you that I'd be open to supporting it and voting to put it on the ballot and not campaigning against it.
So my final thoughts here, and then hopefully we might hear a motion. I think the difference between glass half full and glass half empty is how the climate is personally impacting the individual. If my home is insurable, the glass is half full. But if I'm one of the folks who's getting a cancellation notice, that glass is half empty. Likewise, if my employer doesn't have water security and I may not have work, that glass is half empty. And I guess I'm asking all 5 of us to look at the entire population of about 100,000 people and look at the people who are vulnerable and are suffering challenges that are not solvable without additional funding, and try to represent all 100,000 of them. There's a lot of inflation. Try going to dinner on the coast. You easily spend $100 for 2. You put $100 on the table, hopefully 25 tip, and this tax is asking you to throw a couple coins on the table for water security for the county, for life-saving emergency response. I would be surprised if the public doesn't support throwing a couple coins on the table. We're making a big deal about a fraction of 1%. And then last, the funding formula, having thought about it here during the rest of the discussion, I think that Supervisor Mulhern is right with the 172 because it took a long time for the fire agencies to negotiate that formula. And it could be a can of worms opening up a new discussion about what's fair, rather than going what's already been decided by both this board and the 21 local fire agencies is fair. So to save time, I think I would support your original idea, and I'm sorry to have veered from it. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, with the insurance, I don't understand exactly how this tax will alleviate the insurance issues that we have in our county. So that would take a lot of explaining, I think, to the people too. As far as dinner on the coast, there's a lot of people who can't afford to go out to dinner on the coast. And I think to use that analogy is not considering the plight that a lot of people in our county have. And I think that EMS situation that we talked about earlier today is really relevant. And, how do we, if this whatever 8th or whatever is going to go towards fire, I would hope that it would go towards solving the EMS situation too. I think that that it shouldn't just be dedicated to one thing. It should be, for emergency services. And I do agree that it should be no more than a 1/4 or 2/8.
Real quick, the answer to the insurance situation, insurability of a structure, it's basically actuaries look at the risk in our county, in our individual communities, and they decide whether they can insure and at what rate. So the more capable the fire department, the more structures are saved, the lower the insurance cost and the more insurability of a community. Our fire departments are so poorly equipped for the new climate that a structure that's on fire likely won't be saved. That's why the insurance is so high. I think in California, the average for a 2-bedroom house is about $1,366. But if you live in a community that can't maintain a fire rating, you get canceled, and the California Fair Plan becomes the option. The California Fair Plan for that same house can run about $5,000. So people thinking they're going to spend a fraction of a cent and throughout the year on all their purchases. It's substantial. But if they lose insurance and they have to get a $5,000 plan, that's a lot worse. That's where we are today. To do nothing and allow this to fester for 2 years is more of a financial impact to the pocket.
No, I've heard people saying that their fire rates are down because of fire safe councils and the work, being done there.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if what the best way to move forward is. County Council Curtis at the beginning of this item asked us to go through his memo. I have a suspicion we might have 3 supervisors in favor of 3/8 and 2 in favor of quarter or 1/8. So I'm wondering if to move the conversation along, because the memo does outline how to clearly define fire service, and EMS is included with fire service in the majority, I think, of all of our documents. It's reflected as part of our fire agency's funding. So maybe, I know that Supervisor McGorty has his hand up, but maybe Council Curtis could give us some direction at this point.
If I may respond to the chair, I think I also mentioned it's sort of the board's prerogative as to what the best way to proceed is. I would suggest, what I do need is direction on each of those points. If the board thinks at this point you can craft one motion, it's gonna cover all of these and have unanimity, or not unanimity, but have a majority that's going to pass that motion, that would be the most expeditious. But if we think, and I think I'm hearing that there may be some division on some of the specific points, what may be helpful would be to go through and to take a straw poll on each of those issues, and then have a final motion of direction that incorporates the results of the straw poll.
Works for the chair. Can we start on B? Oh, McGorty, do you still have a question, or should we begin the process?
Just real quick. So 2 things on water and fire rates. So Redwood Valley finally has fire hydrants. So I'm sure that's really improved their situation for water and fire insurance. And then Hopland also has a partially finished system. So there's examples about how you could improve things with infrastructure grants. And I want to be sure I understand both Supervisor Hasjack and Jurdy. So under your plan, basically, libraries would get 3/8 of, no, how much?
2/8.
2/8.
That's what they're going for, 2/8.
They're going for 2/8 because they already have 1/8. Is that correct?
Right.
So they would be getting 3/8 of a cent.
No.
They'd be getting 2/8. They'd go from.
Go up 1/8.
Okay, sorry. Math error. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'd like to start on B. We can come back to A. I think it's the most contentious. Do we want a general or a specific tax? I think the Mulhern proposal was general. Does that remain general? I'm going to back general. Supervisor Hasjack?
Sure, because that would just require 50%.
Glenn?
General.
Dan?
I think general is the only one that has a shot at passing.
Okay, so on B, the answer is general. C, geographic area taxed. I think all discussion to date has been the entire county. If you don't tax the cities, you lose 2/3 of the revenue. City, entire county or unincorporated? Entire, Hasjack?
Entire.
McGorty?
Entire.
And Dan?
This is why I'm saying we really, before we make the final vote to put this on the ballot, we really need to talk to the cities. 2/3 of the money is coming from within the cities. But sure, countywide.
Was sure a entire county or an unincorporated?
In entire county.
Okay, entire county for C.
Mr. Chair, if I may, from this point on in the memo, I was going into some of the more specifics with respect to the assumption that there would be a specific tax. If I could try framing this a little bit differently, since the board's looking at a general tax, I guess I might start with, do you want an advisory measure? Do you want a resolution and no advisory measure, or just nothing at all?
Supervisor Mulhern pointed at Ukiah's Measure Y, which seemed to be very clear single item and yet was a general tax. Could we give direction for you to research that and tell us whether it's possible? Yes. Which
Measure Y was a general tax with an advisory measure, and I recommend against that. I am proposing, or the proposal that I brought forward was a general tax with a resolution without an advisory measure.
what would appear without the advisory measure? I don't think you get the detail on the ballot.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to research that more. I think what was suggested is that there would be a statement that wouldn't, for example, talk about the breakdown of the funding formula allocation on the ballot, but that there might be some room to be able to have some statements to the effect of, to fund essential services such as fire and water. So
question about process. Time is of the essence. We can't be doing this from one regular meeting to the next. Do we need to call a special meeting based on county council's findings when available to make progress? Otherwise, we may get a surprise on our agenda, and the answer will be that's all the time we have.
If I may, Mr. Chair, one way you might be able to handle this is assuming that the language will look like what Ukiah's Measure Y was. Yeah. You can give direction on that basis, and if I find something different, I can try and bring it back with the potential for a special meeting more quickly. But if you give direction based on that assumption, then as long as that's consistent with the research that I find, then I would know what to do and what to bring back to you.
But there was an advisory on that, and we're asking for no advisory with the same type of language.
I think that between today and the publishing of the agenda for the June 21st meeting, we could reach out, and I guess I'm saying we, myself, I would be interested in reaching out to various stakeholders, including city electeds, and refining the language that I spoke about and trying to bring something forward.
Could we, with board approval, could we assign Supervisor Mulhern to work with county council?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we understand your proposal. I support it. Haschek? Sure. McGuarty?
Yes.
Jurdy?
Especially support her speaking to the cities.
Thank you. Any other questions to answer?
Yes. So the proposal, as I understand it, is still looking at the possibility of a resolution here that would have some sort of formula for proposed breakdown. And even though that wouldn't necessarily be on an advisory measure, I think I do want to get a little bit of direction on the specific allocations as to what you might be putting out there as a rough intent.
Is your proposal still Prop 172 allocation formula? Yes. I'm a yes. Haschek?
I'm not sure, and I need to research it a little
McGuarty?
more.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Would you restate it, please?
The allocation to fire for the portion raised for fire, are you comfortable using the existing Prop 172 allocation formula that was approved by fire districts and the county? It's how we divide up the annual Prop 172 funds.
I'd like a little more information. Dan brings up some interesting flags, and I would like to know a little bit more about that before I commit.
Okay. And Jurdy?
I think the 172 formula cannot be used in the same way. A variation of it could certainly work, but I think when you consult the cities, you're going to need to have some variation of the 172 formula in order to get them to at least go neutral on the tax.
So can we also assign this to Supervisor Mulhern and County Council? I think you understand the board's concerns.
I do, and I think the original conversation was around one third being a base that went to all of the agencies, and then the 2/3 to Prop 172. So I can work to get some clarification on that from the cities and their electeds.
And I think what we're after is general fairness. I'm a little bit less concerned with the perfect allocation formula for fire. With water, every community wants to make sure they get their fair portion. When we have a large fire, you could have a fire in Covelo, and the South Coast and Hopland will be there, right? All those resources are pooled. And so, if it's not perfect, it won't matter on the fire ground when everybody shows up with all the equipment bought with the tax dollars. So if you could just aim for general fairness, city support, and a concept that you think this board will support, tall order. Next question.
So the next question actually ties into that. So with respect to water allocation, do you want to proceed with the recommendation or Supervisor Mulhorn's proposal of a water tech advisory group? What I could do, if you desire that, I could craft a resolution or an ordinance that would essentially create the composition of the body, have it spring up if the tax does in fact pass, and have it otherwise expire if the tax does not pass.
Do you support it still? I support it. On the condition that the representation is balanced between coast and inland. I'm afraid if voters see that it's weighted in one direction, they're less likely to support it. So equal representatives from the coast and inland.
I almost go a step further and say, well, maybe you are saying the same thing. Maybe it is the same thing. Is we've got to be sure that that we guarantee funds go to all 5 districts.
Yes. Do you support that?
Well, just for a point of clarification, the recommendation was for 1 representative from each city, which would then be representative of coastal and inland, 1 representative from inland water districts, 1 representative from coastal districts, and a Mendocino County representative.
Well, who is the Mendocino County representative?
To be determined. That might be, I don't know.
So you could, you've got a few options there, and I can also, if we want to work on this, I could bring back a few possibilities. You could certainly have it simply be someone appointed by the board. So depending upon the composition of the board.
It needs to be a technical person, not an elected official on this body. So just, it could be Howard or another water resource person.
And I didn't mean to suggest that it necessarily would be the board itself, but the board could make the decision as to who that person would be.
Just make sure ultimately it's balanced. Don't have it lopsided where there's 1 more inland or 1 more on the coast. Okay. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that there should be tribal representation too.
Suddenly it sounds like the Measure B committee of 11 members.
Well, if that,
I think that might help with the weighting, right? We have 2 coastal cities, 2 inland cities. We have 1 inland water person, 1 coastal water person, and then you have a representative of the county and a representative of the tribes, and then you have 8 on the body. 7.
I will note I generally recommend against bodies with equal numbers of members because you can deadlock.
Well, a deadlock wouldn't be the worst. It takes a majority to move any action.
And also just the discussion that I wanted to bring forward, and hopefully you all agree with, is that there would be a 5 to 10 year plan that was updated each year. So there may be potential, and I think this is for that to be balanced, but there may be, and I'll use District 2 as an example, there may be a year where District 2 doesn't need the water resources, whatever that might be, through planning or through projects, and that goes to other districts. So I don't necessarily want to say we're just going to divide the money in 5 equally. I really want for this technical advisory group to bring a fair plan forward, and we would have the people on that board that could do that, and they would bring that to the Board of Supervisors, and we would review it, or whoever was sitting in these chairs would review it annually. And at that point, there would be an opportunity to say, we want more of whichever district.
And if I may, I think that's basically a good idea. It's just to be sure that we don't get lopsided. So we say, well, this year we're going to spend it all in 1 district. I think that would be a mistake. I'd want to be sure that we're making progress on water issues in all 5 districts as much as we can.
Yeah. Do we have agreement to ensure equal representation from coast and inland? Okay.
Yes.
All right. County Council, next question.
I had a comment on that. That I think this idea it needs to be worked out, and that without a water agency or someone overviewing the whole thing, that we don't have a strategic plan. We'll have this tag group coming together a few times a year and putting forth projects. But what we really need in this county is someone who can go represent the county, help with getting grants, help with all that kind of technical assistance that the water agencies need. And I think would be a better use of our money rather than just spending it on this project and that project. We've got these huge issues like the Potter Valley project that's going to need some help and guidance.
So Supervisor Haschak, I agree with you, but I thought that was in line with the Mulhern proposal. I could see the advisory group deciding to fund a project, the project being a planning document and the specialist to guide us on putting a shovel-ready project to go out to bid and to submit as a grant application. So it wouldn't be spending money on this project or that project. It's just, as you've said, it would be the advisory committee steering us.
Well, I guess that's something that needs to be cleared up, because if we're taking this to the ballot, it needs to be really tangible.
Supervisor Mulhern, can you clarify?
Supervisor McGordy wanted to ask a question.
McGordy?
You know, I still have a dream that we would have at least one appointed water expert that's on our staff, because we need to have more than just the amateurs show up to play the Golden State Warriors. This is when we go into negotiations, we have to have somebody who really, really has their act together and knows how the game is played. And that to me still really means the staff. And that's probably outside of this discussion, because I still think that there's hope that we'll find money to put together a water team that's internal to Mendocino County, and it may be across several departments, but we have to have in-house people to deal with things.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I think it's really important as we take this to the voters that we not have it be part of, for lack of a better word, the county, the maze that becomes the county. And I think that if the technical advising group from these various, jurisdictions say that this is the way that we think the water agencies should be, what it should look like, how it should be funded, I think that would be part of one of their first projects. And I know that we already have a consultant that has done the studies, spoken to stakeholders. I think that information exists, but I don't want to go to the voters and tell them that we're going to pay some person $250,000 with this money. I want for that money to be seed money for future projects. And if part of whatever the tag decides a future project should be is how the water agency should work, then that's great. But every document I've seen so far is that is not what they want to do. So I think it's important to be, again, realistic of voter expectations. And I don't think that adding a layer to the county department is the best way to use the funds.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree. That's 3. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to be clear, because there was a statement about guaranteeing funds, and I think everyone understands, but I think it's good to be clear. I can set up a structure for a general tax in which you have an advisory body that's going to give you some recommendations as to the best ways to use the funds. I can't guarantee the use of funds in any particular manner, or it will become a special tax. So
understood.
Just want that to be crystal clear. And then the next question I would have would be, are we looking at one ordinance or 2 ordinances?
Well, I prefer one. I think combining it confuses voters, and there may be some voters that want to vote for one or the other. In the aggregate, we may pass both if they're separate, but I'm looking towards my colleagues. I vote for one. Mulhern is one. Hascheck? No opinion. No opinion. McGorty?
One.
And Jurdy?
Probably at the moment, I'll say one, but we can always change that later, I guess.
So one wins for now. In County Council, you may, in case this comes up again, you may want to be ready with a change set if we decide to split it.
I will try to prepare for that contingency. And then I think that just leaves the big one, which would be the amount of the tax.
Okay, we're back to A, the amount of tax. Looking for a proposal. Supervisor Mulhern.
I propose that we use the 3/8 of a cent that's sunsetting from Measure B.
McGorty.
Oh boy, I'm having a hard time deciding here because 3/8 is what I went in thinking. I would hate to walk away from empty-handed from this discussion. I do not want to turn our board into competing interests where we're campaigning against each other. That would be really destructive. So my mind's not completely made up.
So we don't know the amount. Supervisor Jurdy, I'm sorry for skipping over you.
If it's a quarter cent, I think I could pledge to the group that I would support it. But like I said, I think the best of circumstances, this thing is not a guarantee.
I understand, but I think you said it at 2/8 you will help us, and at 3/8 you're going to campaign against us.
Yeah.
I'd go for 2/8.
We don't have 3 in either direction. Is there any compromise on splitting the difference?
So I think I heard Supervisor Mulhern for 3/8 and Supervisors Jurdy and Hascheck for 1/2. Or sorry, 1/4. My apologies. Are both Williams and McGorty then undecided?
I'm undecided, leaning towards 3/8. I don't like the idea of a supervisor campaigning against us, but again, I'm concerned if we raise too little, we can't carry out the mission. It's not the best outcome.
Yeah, I would say I can draft it either way, and that's a relatively small and easy item for me to fix if this is done as one tax as opposed to two. But this is a decision that you will need to make. And you have to do it in 8-cent increments. So there really isn't some middle ground there between those two.
Understood. So I think you should let the board, all 5 of us, think about it and plug in that number when it comes back. Yes. Go ahead.
So I think it's okay if we all 5 don't agree on the percentage amount. I mean, I think we all clearly understand the need for fire and water services in our county, and hopefully somehow we'll get, I mean, obviously I'm in support of 3/8 because I think we need that much money to be successful. But either way, however we get to 3 or 2, I mean, it would be disappointing if a supervisor actively campaigned against any measure that's for all of our own best interests. But at the end of the day, it's not up to us. We are 5 votes. It's up to the voters of the county what they want to do when it's on the ballot. So, I mean, obviously I'm in support of 3/8, but however we can get to at least majority to get on the ballot, I won't campaign against it if it's less than what I wanted.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for County Council? CEO?
Darcy Antle, Interim CEO. I just wanted to point out that your timelines are very short, and to put this, you're going to go out to a few of the cities and work with County Council. we have to publish in 6 days for the 621. So I just throwing that out there so everybody's on the same page.
I would appreciate is to expedite this, and as soon as it's ready, call a special meeting so that we don't get to our next regular meeting and find that the board can't agree.
I would just point out that calling a special meeting is the power of the chair.
Okay, well, is everyone comfortable with that? Or at least two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see nodding heads. All right, so County Council, Supervisor Mulhern will work with County Council. County Council will tell the chair when we're ready for a special meeting. Any other items to resolve?
No, I believe that covers it. I just, I know there's some division on different issues here. So does the majority of the board want me to proceed as directed at this point?
Do you want a motion?
It may
Might be a good
prudent.
idea. And just for the record, I think this proposal was 60% fire, 40% water. Is that still true? Yes. And the rest of the board agrees?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, inviting a motion. Supervisor Jurdy.
First, I just want to say it's not some arbitrary point that I'm trying to make about the 3/8 versus 2/8. We've known since 2019 that the library advisory board, Friends of the Library, were going to go to the ballot in this election for an increase with the renewal from 1/8 to 2/8. If any of us had reservations about them doing that, someone should have made an agenda item in 2019, 2020, 2021, or prior to this late date, prior to them circulating petitions. That didn't happen. At this point, I don't think it's good governance for us to be putting on a ballot, a tax at the same time. I don't think it's really good for us to put a ballot at the same time. But in particular, I don't think if we're going to increase the sales tax. So that's the issue for the 1/4 cent. Had we said something to them earlier, then yeah, maybe they would have gone ahead with a 1/8 and we would have gone ahead with a 3/8. But we never had that conversation with them. That's the issue on the 3/8 versus 2/8 at this point. And I think it's going to reflect poorly on us if we put a tax on that's more than 2/8 at this point. So anyway, that's the reason for it. So I'll move the item as discussed and agreed to here. And I'm saying that with the assumption that we haven't finalized the issue of the, I'm just going to say I'm only going to make this motion if it's for 2/8.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. Not unless this one fails, or you can talk one of them into changing it.
Could I,
Supervisor, County Council.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. If I could ask for just clarification on the motion, is this the direction so far had been to put off the question of the 2/8 or 3/8? Is this to instead proceed with direction for the 1/4 cent and everything else as discussed in the straw poll?
That was my
Yes.
question. Yeah.
Yes.
But we can still change it when it comes back. So it's not really deciding anything. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, before a final decision, I'd like to talk to my stakeholders and just see what they have to say.
So it's always a good idea.
Yeah.
And as far as good governance, I don't think it was good governance to put so much carbon and methane in the air. And that's really what we're dealing with here is I didn't know that we'd have another year of drought. And what if 2023 is a repeat? So it's like none of this was planned. The board didn't plan to have two items colliding. We're dealing with an emergency, and if the emergency were a fire, nobody would be questioning putting water on the fire, even if it had a cost. This is just as big, maybe a larger emergency, and we're kind of questioning, well, should we wait a couple of years? Our climate is on fire. We may not have water. So we have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Mulhern? Are you going to support it?
I don't support 2/8. I would support an alternate motion that brought back a proposal that left the actual percentage for further debate at our next meeting.
So if I could just add.
Are we voting on this or not?
You could
Yeah, we have a
call
motion.
the question.
Yes.
Well, yeah, call the question.
All right, let's vote. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
No.
Supervisor Mulhern,
No.
and Chair Williams.
No.
Motion fails with Supervisors Williams, McGorty, and Mulhern dissenting.
Is there an alternate motion?
I move the proposed discussion that we've had today regarding a sales tax measure with a 3/8 percentage.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Can we try another motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we direct county council to work on this and figure out the fraction of increase at the next meeting.
So the same as the Jurdy and Mulhern motions, but leaving the amount blank?
Right.
I would second that.
There's a motion from Supervisor Haschak, second from Mulhern. Any discussion? Not seeing any, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
No.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.